A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the life of Mary Sothern. Was Max committed to the penitentiary for a year and a day, Mary Sothern has been gallantly adapting herself to life without her husband. Stubbornly, she has resisted Gerald Proust's efforts to buy Max's closely treasured control in the Sanders interest. Proust, ambitious to dominate the town of Sanders, is not easily to be frustrated, however. Last Friday, it developed that he wanted to speak to Dr. John Benson privately. Benson, Mary's strong admirer, was appointed by Max to be her protector in Max's absence. Now, with the vindictive and influential Gerald Proust anxious to speak to Benson, Mary is worried and apprehensive. Things must not go wrong. And if they do, above all, Max must not hear about it in person. But what's this? Rather early in the morning for Gerald Proust to be calling on Merlin Davis, Max's troublesome board member and no friend of Max's. Let's listen.
Good morning, Davis. Bit of a chill in the air, eh?
Yeah. Morning, Proust.
Looks as though the snow is going to fly soon.
Yes, sir. The snow or the fur?
The fur? Oh. What makes you say that, Davis?
Oh, I don't know. Sit down.
Thank you.
Now, what's on your mind, Proust, besides the weather?
I want to talk to you seriously about an important matter, Davis.
Important? Important to whom?
Both
you or me?
Both of us, Davis. Both of us.
Well, let's have it.
Davis, in my sphere, as you know, I am an influential man. Just as you are influential in your own, if somewhat smaller sphere.
Keep right on going, Proust.
I see no good reason why our separate yet related spheres of influence should not be enlarged by the proper cooperation between us. Do you?
Cooperation between you and me? We cooperated once before, Proust, and you know what happened. What do you want me to do for you this time?
I have an idea which, if we work it out correctly, will compensate you handsomely for any effort you may make.
Well, I don't know what you call handsomely, but what's the proposition? I'll let you know what I think we can offer.
Davis, you are a member of Max Sanders' board of directors. You could be chairman of that same board of directors under my leadership.
You think you could swing it? If memory serves me correctly, you promised once before.
I know, but once I have control of the Sanders interests, I could. Yes.
But you know Mary Sanders holds Max Sanders' stock. And so long as that condition prevails, she's nominal head of the interest. Have you figured out a way to get the stock?
Well, the woman's stubborn. She won't sell.
And how do I enter into it?
You forget, Davis, your sphere of influence. Particularly your influence at the board at the Children's Clinic.
What has Children's Clinic got to do with it?
You have a peculiar position in this town, Davis. You haven't a lot of stock in the interest, but you have a lot to say, and you know how to say it. You're a dangerous man in local politics. You're feared. Let's be honest. You're feared not for what you yourself might become, but for what you can do for or against others with your talents as a rabble-rouser.
Rabble-rouser? I'm a man of the people, if that's what you mean.
Oh, yes, that's exactly what I mean, Davis. I only use the term that jealous enemies might be inclined to apply to you.
Oh, that's different then.
Enemies, say, like Max Sanders. You and Max Sanders never were friends. Isn't that so?
I didn't like the things he did. Running roughshod over me and the rest of the board when he felt like it.
It'll happen again when Sanders gets out of prison. He'll be outlawing it over you again unless we take steps. Now,
what steps?
First of all, do you still agree with me that Max Sanders is not a fit person to direct the destinies of our town?
Absolutely.
And do you agree that I am the logical man to succeed him, remembering that chairmanship for you before your answer?
Now, how about the stock that Mary Sanders holds, though?
Perhaps I can get that with your assistance, your influence with the hospital board and public opinion.
There you go again with the hospital. What, I'd like to know, does the hospital have to do with it?
Davis, Dr. John Benson is head of the clinic by appointment and subject to the discretion of the board.
Yes, but, go on.
And Dr. Benson right now is standing firmly by Mary Sanders. He's giving her moral support in her refusal to part with her husband's stock in the Sanders interest. She looks to him for encouragement and advice. Now, if Dr. John Benson could be, shall we say, persuaded to understand just where his best interest lay, you see?
I see. Strictly a case of, look here, Benson, stay out of this, or get out of the hospital, right?
Precisely. Can you see yourself a nice eye, Davis, in exchange for your long-postponed place in the sun? Could it be swung?
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised at all if it could. Bruce, suppose we just call that a deal.
Good. It's all up to Benson now.
John, I don't think there's any real cause to worry or even think about it. Maybe when Gerald Prue said he wanted to see you the other day was just, well, for your professional services.
Well, I am a family doctor. Well, it's his wife, Henrietta, who makes her own and Prue's appointments. I don't know. He just didn't behave like a man who wants to speak to his doctor about his physical checkup.
Oh, now we're just all on edge over everything. We're likely to make mountains out of molehills.
Yes, I know, but Bruce knows I'm your friend. He's annoyed because you wouldn't tell Max a share in the Sanders interest to him.
Annoyed? He was furious.
Well, there you have it. You see? I'm sure that man would stop at nothing this side of the law to get control of this town. I just don't trust his motives, Mary. I don't doubt that he realizes what part I play in your ability to resist his offers for the stock.
Why, John, you can't touch me. You're a doctor, not a politician. Why, you're completely out of his reach.
I hope so, Mary. For your sake. I'm going to go on helping you just as long as you'll need help. You've lost enough friends, heaven knows.
Oh, but John, I've made friends, too. Like Mr. King.
Yeah, in prison on the same charge as Max.
But they'll both be out soon. You know, John, it's a funny thing about doors, even prison doors. They're open to two-way traffic.
What about Jeffrey Barton? You lost him as a friend, and he's powerful in town.
No, I haven't lost him. He just warned me that if resentment in town against me got too strong, he might have to conceal his friendship for me.
Mary, friendship has to be out in the open to be any good.
John, I don't blame Mr. Barton for having the interests of his workers at heart. They'll be the ones who'll be affected if there's any lack of cooperation between his factory and the mill because of me. I tell you, John, I won't have my friends badger the sneer at for befriending me. Rather than that, I'd...
What, Mary?
Nothing. Only I don't know if anything's worth unresting your feelings.
Not even your pledge to Max to slave his interest for him?
I don't know, John.
But his stock in the Sanders interest is what's saving his town. His reason in the face of unjust imprisonment. His tie with the world he's left behind him. And it mustn't be touched.
Or at least he mustn't know about it if it is.
Mary, you wouldn't think so.
I don't know what I'd think if I had to decide about holding or giving up Max's stuff. A bundle of engraved certificates doesn't seem worth a lot of human misery and bitter feelings. On the other hand, I love my husband. I know how much his control in town means to his self-esteem, to his...
And you promised him faithfully you'd fight for his rights.
Mm-hmm. But no one can promise victory. And a costly victory is another kind of defeat. I just don't know, John. Oh, excuse me.
Sure.
Yes? Who? Oh, yes. Yes, Dr. Benson's right here. Yes, that's right. It's for you, John.
Oh, thank you. Hello? Yes, this is Dr. John Hmm? Oh, why, yeah. Yes, I suppose I could see you now. Suppose you meet me at my office about 5. All right. Goodbye. Yes. All right. I'll be alone. Goodbye.
Gerald Prue?
Yes, Mary. Gerald Prue. feeling very sure of himself about something. How sure Gerald Proust feels and about what we'll soon find out, Dr. Benson. Gerald Proust, always dangerous, is a hard man to beat if he holds his grip. And Merlin Davis has supplied that.
Program. Quality of product is essential to continuing success. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Remember,
Year in,
year out, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
At 49 American.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
you said it. LSMFT.
And the quality of your cigarette depends on the quality of tobacco that goes into it. Yes, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. So remember,
LSMFT.
yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And this fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, today we're broadcasting from Palm Springs, California. Palm Springs, the garden spot of the desert, where the star of our show went for a cold and caught one. And here he is, Jack Gesundheit Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I wish you wouldn't give a false impression about the climate in Palm Springs. Just so happens that I was sitting in the sun, and it was so hot, I caught this cold fanning myself with a Florida newspaper. The weather is beautiful here.
I know, Jack, but why does the sun go down so early?
Don, it comes up in the morning, takes a look at the prices, and ducks behind the mountain. But it's really wonderful here, Don. There's so much to do.
It certainly is, Jack, and I've been taking advantage of it. Sunbathing, swimming, horseback riding.
Wait a minute, Don, wait a minute. You mean you found a horse that could hold you up? And then...
Well, yes, Jack. I was riding a brown horse. You passed me on the trail.
What are you shouting for? Call me on a trail. Was that you? I should have known. First time I ever saw a horse with arch support. And a cane yet. That horse was so sway back, you looked like you were riding a slice of cantaloupe. If I told my riders once, I told them 1,000 times, that joke is no good. I told them, leave it in anyway. I'm pretty clever. Just like a few weeks ago, there were people who couldn't stand me. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hi, everybody.
Say, Mary, I've never seen you look so good. You've only been here a week, and you've got such a beautiful tan. You must have been out in the sun a lot.
Yeah, I wish I could find a room.
Awfully crowded here.
You're not kidding. Yesterday I put a penny in a gum machine, pulled the lever, and a woman stuck her head out and said, "Sorry, no vacancy."
Mary, if we weren't in Palm Springs, I think you were making that up. Huh?
I didn't believe it myself till I saw the sign.
The sign?
Yeah, it said, "Please do not shake machine. You'll wake up the baby."
Oh, yes, I know that gum machine. It's called the Juicy Fruit Hacienda. They're booked up until April. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Mary, I saw you riding a bicycle down Palm Canyon Drive. You look very cute in your sunsuit.
Well, thanks, Don. You look cute in yours, too.
What? Don, you walking around in a sunsuit? That takes a lot of courage.
Jack, what about you?
A lot of sunsuit, too. Don Wilson is the only guy I know who gets his suntan oil at a filling station. What are you saying? What are you saying?
Jack, what about you in that corny cowboy outfit?
Repeat that. What did you say?
What about you in that corny cowboy outfit?
Oh, I looked all right.
And those high-heel shoes you were wearing. Wow.
Well, that shows how much you know. For your information, young lady, all cowboys wear high-heel shoes.
With open toes, you're crazy.
Well, I had to cut them. They hurt my feet.
What a cowboy. You should have seen him, Don, swaggering around town with 2 guns in his belt.
3. One's a cigarette lighter. Anyway, Mary, when you're in Palm Springs, you're supposed to dress like a tough Westerner.
Some tough Westerner. Your spurs still have dough in them from cutting out cookies.
Well, you ate most of them, sister, so don't be funny. I know what's cooking.
Okay, folks, the show may be flopping, but now Harris is here to start things popping, so shower me with that sun-kissed applause.
Phil, I wish you wouldn't sneak in here like that. Now, let me ask you something. Why didn't you show up for rehearsal yesterday? Where were you?
Well, I'm sorry, Jackson. You see, I couldn't get a room in Palm Springs, so I'm staying out at the B-Bar H.
Oh, the B-Bar H, huh? What are you living in, a room or a cabin?
In the bar. It's crowded out there, too.
It's hard to guess that, you know. You must have loved that, Phil.
No, not anymore, partner. I'm on the wagon.
You on the wagon?
Yes, sirree. All I take is 2 drinks a day.
Phil, if you're on the wagon, you shouldn't drink anything.
Look, Jackson, my stomach's like a steel mill. You can shut it down, but don't let the fire go out.
I know what you mean. That right arm of yours is a pretty good stoker, too. Now, it's time for a band number. Are your boys ready to play?
Yeah, Jackson, but I forgot to bring the music.
You didn't forget it, brother. I hid it. Music only confuses them anyway.
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. Wait a minute. Let's don't start that again. You've been riding my boys long enough. My orchestra is not as bad as you so unprovocatively infer.
There he goes with that word again, unprovocatively. Phil, you used that same word last Sunday.
Look, when I spend a whole winter learning something, I ain't going to throw it away on one broadcast.
Well, Phil, unprovocatively or not, all I know is when your band plays a number, it sounds like a filibuster with instruments. Now, go ahead and...
Hold it a minute. Jackson, what was that lovely word you just said?
Filibuster.
Filibuster? Gee, I already know unprovocatively, and now filibuster. Say, Jackson, how do you spell filibuster?
C-A-T. Now, go ahead and play.
C-A-T, filibuster. I'll have to remember that.
Yeah, do. Play something. That was Dr. Lawyer, Indian Chief, played by Phil Harris, and his sweetest music this side of a Cathedral City orchestra. What a band. They look like a whole month of Lost Weekends. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Okay, Jackson, okay, but I still say my orchestra is not as bad as you so unprovocatively infer.
There he goes again. Phil, what are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say this. If my band is as lousy as you say it is, why do you have them on your program?
Because I feel it's my civic duty to keep them off the street. That's why. What a bunch of guys. Every time we have a sound effect of a police siren, they throw up their hands and holler, "We was framed." Then they get into a big argument over who's going to ride on the back step. Some musician. Phil, how long have your boys been with you?
About 14 years.
You ought to buy them some new clothes. The numbers on their shirts are beginning to fade. Dress them up a little. And now, ladies and
Jackson,
gentlemen...
I'm telling you for the last time, my band is not as bad as you so unprovocatively filibuster.
Filibuster?
C-A-T.
Go away, will you? How do you like that, man? Tell him C-A-T spells filibuster, he believes it.
Well, I think it's a shame, though, you take advantage of Phil just because he's a dope.
You tell him, Libby.
But, Mary, it's such a simple word, filibuster.
Oh, sure. I'll bet you don't even know what it means.
I do, too. The filibuster is when a man gets up and, well, he says a lot of things that don't quite... Well, he rambles on and on.
That's a tobacco auctioneer.
I don't mean him. What I mean
Oh,
is...
Mary, what Jack is trying to say is that a filibuster is an innocuous speech, the main purpose of which is not to necessarily convey subject matter, but to deliberately delay the introduction of controversial issues.
I never should have gone on the wagon.
Quiet, Phil.
Now, I'll give you an example. If I knew that Jack was going to cut my salary, I'd prevent him from telling me by filibustering.
Oh, Don, I'm glad you mentioned that. By a strange coincidence, I was looking over my budget, and would you mind taking...
LSMFT. Lucky strike means fine tobacco.
A little cut.
So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Don.
Tick, 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 tick.
Yeah, a cut.
Yes, a little sir, you bet. With men and our tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-1.
Don.
Lucky strikes are made of the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder tobacco.
Phil.
LSMFT.
Gary.
I've been smoking Lucky Strike for nigh on 25 years because I've seen him...
Wait a minute. I'm not going to cut anybody's salary.
Oh.
Everybody's so impetuous. C-A-T, impetuous. Anyway, Phil, that's what a filibuster is. Now, let's get on with the... I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Rochester, you know I'm in the middle of a program. Do you have to call me now?
Well, this is an emergency.
Every time you drive my car any place, there's an emergency. What happened now?
Well, boss, you know after you pass Riverside where the highway runs parallel to the railroad tracks?
Yes?
I was driving along, minding my own business, and as I passed the train, the engineer stuck his head out and yelled, "Which way to Palm Springs?"
Uh-huh.
And I made the fatal mistake of saying, "Follow me."
Oh, you? Rochester, are you trying to tell me you had a wreck with the train?
Boss, let's just call it a mismating of metallic personalities.
What?
If a train pulls into Palm Springs wearing fender pants with a sharp grease, they're yours.
This is terrible. Which train was it?
Well, now it's the Atchison, Topeka, and Chevrolet.
Now I'll have to buy a new car.
You better buy some new clothes, too.
New clothes?
You know that hook on the train that picks up the mail bags?
Yes?
It got your laundry.
My laundry? Rochester, all my shirts were in that bag.
Don't worry, boss. I wired ahead to the next station.
What did you say?
No starch.
Yeah, I didn't know the Harvey girls were ironing on the side. Now, Rochester, you get out here the best way you can, will you?
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye. My car didn't have 9 lives. I don't know what I'd do.
Every time you're near a rose, aren't you glad you got a nose? And if the dawn is fresh with dew, aren't you glad you're you? When the meadowlark appears, aren't you glad you got two ears? And if your heart is singing too, aren't you glad you're you? You can see a summer sky, or touch a friendly hand, or taste an apple pie. Pardon the grammar, but ain't life grand? And when you wake up each morn, aren't you glad that you were born? Think what you got the whole day through. Aren't you glad you're you? You can see your summer sky, or touch a friendly hand, or taste an apple pie. Pardon the grammar, but ain't life grand? And when you wake up each morn, aren't you glad that you were born? Think what you got the whole day through. Aren't you glad you're you?
Aren't You Glad You're You, sung by Larry Stevens. Very good, Larry. And now, kids, after the show tonight, I want you all to come over to my place and have some sandwiches and coffee. You know, I've got Eddie Cantor's house here.
Oh, you have?
Mary, what's so funny about my having Eddie Cantor's house?
Well, tell Don how you got it.
Mary, it's not that important. I got the house. That's all that counts.
Well, anyway, Don, here's the way it happened.
It happened.
Jack and I came down to Palm Springs last Monday. When we arrived in town, we parked the car and walked down the street looking for a real estate agent.
Mary, isn't Palm Springs wonderful? You know, I like to come down here. It's the only chance I get to wear my cowboy suit.
Jack, don't walk so fast. I can't get to my open-toe shoes.
Mine, too. Yeah, I'm getting hungry.
So am I. Let's get something to eat.
All right, maybe we can... Well, we're in luck. There's a hot dog stand.
Some luck.
You wait here. I'll be right back.
Pickle in the middle and the mustard on top. Just the way you like them and the whole red top.
Two hot dogs, please.
Purple Puppy is coming up.
Say, I remember you. What are you doing in Palm Springs?
Well, I'm opening up a new branch. So far, I got a hot dog stand in Santa Monica, Pasadena, San Bernardino, Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
Oh, and now you've got one in Palm Springs. Eh?
Yes, you see, I'm opening up so many stands that everybody in California will soon be hot dog unconscious.
You mean hot dog conscious?
Unconscious.
Conscious.
Taste him.
Oh, I see. Well, how about my hot dog?
Coming up. What kind of mustard would you like? Strong, mild, or irresistible?
Mild, please.
Oh, here you are.
Thank you. How much are the hot dogs?
To you, 10 cents.
Well, how much are they to other people?
10 cents. Who do you think you are?
Okay. Here's your money.
Thank you very much. Pickle in the middle and the mustard on top. Just the way you like them and the whole red top.
Here you are, Mary. Here's your hot dog.
Jack, I don't think a hot dog's going to do me. I want a regular lunch.
But, Mary, to us, these were 10 cents apiece.
To us? Well, how much are they to other people?
10 cents. Who do you think we are? Anyway, if we eat these, we won't be wasting time. I have to find a place to live here.
Well, first let's have a regular lunch.
All right, come on. We'll go over to the Dunes. That's a nice restaurant.
Gee, it's sure crowded today. I hope we get a table.
Yeah, here comes the... Oh, pardon me. Are you the waiter?
Well, what do you think I am with this shirt, tie, and shoes on? A guest?
I thought I could get away from him down here. I'd like to get a table for two, please.
As soon as I have one, go into the bar and I'll call you.
I don't want to go into the bar.
Well, go somewhere. I can't stand you here.
Now, look, we came in here to get something to eat, and if you don't show...
Stop breathing on my discharge button.
Oh, for heaven's sake, all I want...
Say, Jack.
What?
Isn't that Eddie Cantor sitting all alone at that table?
Eddie Cantor? Where? Oh, yeah, maybe we can sit with him. Yeah, that's Eddie. Gee, I hope I look as good as he does when I'm his age. Come on, Mary, let's go sit with him.
Say, Jack, I just thought of something. Eddie's got a house in Palm Springs. Maybe he'll rent your room.
What do you mean, rent me a room? He's a friend of mine. He'll probably give it to me for nothing. Let's sit with him. Hello, Eddie. How are you?
Oh, Jack, Mary, sit down. I haven't seen you in a long time, Jack. You look marvelous.
Well, thanks, Eddie, but I have been a little sick, you know.
Sick or not, I hope I look as good as you do when I'm your age.
You did.
Shut up.
Well, how's the family, Eddie? How's Ida and the boys?
The boys?
Yeah, your writers.
Oh, pooh. For a minute, you scared me. I haven't been home all week, you know.
You haven't?
No, but I'm leaving for Los Angeles tonight.
Eddie, you're going back to Los Angeles?
Gee, I'm starved, Jack. I'm going to order something.
Go ahead, Mary. Incidentally, the peanut butter sandwiches here are delicious.
Incidentally, I'm ordering the roast beef.
Incidentally, the roast beef costs $1.75.
Incidentally, everybody's looking at us. Shut up.
All right, Mary, you can have the roast beef. But if I want a kiss later, don't ask what for.
Oh, brother, what you have to go through to keep from starving.
Say, I'm kind of hungry myself. What are you having, Eddie? It looks good.
Chicken soup with egg noodles.
Chicken soup with egg noodles? I think I'll have some of that.
Okay, I'll have the waiter bring you a spoon.
No, Eddie, I'll order some. You know, a bowl for myself.
They haven't got it today. I brought this from home.
Oh, spoon, waiter, spoon. You don't have to throw it.
And waiter, bring me an order of roast beef.
At last, a sale in this booth. I can't believe it.
Fresh guy. Gee, this soup looks good, Eddie.
Yeah, let's start. Ready? Scoop.
You know, Eddie, I'm sure glad Boy, this soup is hot. You know, Eddie, I'm sure glad Eddie, would you mind eating with your left hand and putting your right arm around my shoulder? I'm too far from the bowl.
Look, Jack, why don't you put your right hand through my left sleeve, then we can both dip at the same time?
No, then we'd have to cut a hole in your coat. That won't work.
Why don't you put the bowl on my head and eat piggyback?
You go and get that roast beef. I think we're all right now, Eddie. Let's go.
Okay, ready? Scoop.
As I was saying, Eddie, I'm sure glad I bumped into you.
Jack, would you mind breaking a cracker and putting it into the soup?
But I can't stand crackers in my soup.
Well, break one in anyway and float it over to my side.
Okay. There. Anyway, Eddie, I'm sure glad You see, the crackers aren't floating. They're all on my side.
Well, tip the bowl a little.
Oh, yeah.
C-A-T.
Get ready, Eddie. Forward, soup. Say, Mary, while you're waiting, why don't you get a spoon and join us?
Don't bring guests. It's crowded enough.
Well, I've had enough anyway.
Here's your roast beef.
Thank you.
You want 3 forks with it, or are the boys sitting this one out?
Don't be so smart. Now, Eddie, as I was saying, I'm sure glad I bumped into you. See, I'm going to stay in Palm Springs for a while, and I was wondering if you knew of any place where I could live. When did you say you were going back, Eddie?
Tonight.
Oh. But I was just wondering if you knew of any place where I could live from tonight on. Mm-hmm.
Well, Jack, I can't think of any place for rent at the moment, but say, I'll tell you what.
What? Tell me what? What?
No, I don't think you'd like it.
Yes, I would. Tell me. What are you going to say, Eddie?
Well, I happen to have a little house down here, and...
Yeah.
So why don't you stay there?
Well, Darn nice, Eddie. What would you charge me for it?
Oh, Jack, we're friends. We've known each other for years. Take the house for nothing.
No, Eddie. Now, wait. Friendship is friendship, but I don't want to take advantage of it. I insist on paying you for the house.
Oh, take it for nothing, please. I'll feel better.
But, Eddie, I'll feel much better if you charge me something for it. A little something.
No.
Yes. Now, how much do you want for 1 week?
$300.
$300? Isn't that a big jump from nothing?
Waiter, bring me some more roast beef. We'll be here a long time.
Mary, look, Eddie, $300 is a lot of money.
But, Jack, look what you're getting. A tennis court.
I don't play tennis.
A swimming pool.
Look, I can't swim.
And a beautiful kitchen. I know you make cookies.
Eddie, I still think $300 is a little high.
All right, you can have the house for $250. How's that?
Look, Eddie, give me the house for nothing. You'll feel better, like you said.
All right, Jack, I'll give you the house for nothing, but do me one favor.
What?
There are plenty of hotels in Palm Springs. Don't start a new one, huh?
Don't worry, I won't. Thanks, Eddie.
But just a minute, Jack. Before I give you the key, I think I'd better call Ida and see if it's okay.
All right, Eddie, do it now.
I'll be back in a minute.
Hey, Mary, this is really a break, isn't it? I never dreamed I'd get Cantor's house and for nothing. See, I can give one room to Don, one to Phil, one room to you, one to Larry.
Wait a minute, Ida. Don't hang up. But Ida, I couldn't turn him down. He's an old friend. He's an old what? But Ida, how would you feel if I was in his position? How much can he make selling cigarettes? But Ida, now look, Ida, I'm the boss. I'm not going to argue with you any longer. I promised Jack Benny could have the house and he's going to get it. Goodbye. Well, Jack, it's all settled. And are you in luck? To anybody else, the house would be $300.
And to me, it's for nothing?
$300. Who do you think you are?
Oh, well, the soup didn't cost me anything. Come on, Mary, let's go.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first here is my good friend, Effie Boone.
American.
Certain facts must be plain to every smoker.
It takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette.
And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, independent tobacco experts present at the auctions year after year can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. This fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep down smoking enjoyment for you. Certain facts are plain. In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Yes, LSMFT.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers got on tonight's program are Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 49, American.
And Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina. And this is Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT. LSMFT. LSMFT.
There's fine smoking pleasure in fine tobacco. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Gee, Mary, it was certainly nice of Eddie Cantor to let me have his house.
It sure was.
You know, he was only kidding. He gave it to me for nothing. And just think, it has 4 bedrooms.
Yeah, you'll make a fortune.
Mary, I'm not going to charge my friends. It's my fault that everybody can't stand me. Good night, folks.
This is NBC, the national broadcast.
Strike tobacco. That's right. LSMFT. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. And this fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. From Palm Springs, California, the Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. recite a little poem. Last Thursday was St. Valentine's Day, the day when love is in bloom. It's also Jack Benny's birthday.
Nobody leave this room.
Hello, folks.
Thank you. And, Don, let me tell you something. I'm very proud of the fact that I was born in February, the same month as George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. Just think, Washington, Lincoln, and Benny. The first big three. George, Abe, and Jack. And you know, Don, it was just a stroke of luck that I arrived in February. I was supposed to be born in March.
In March? Well, then how come you were born in February?
Well, the stork was flying south for the winter, and he didn't want to come back just for me. It's a long trip, you know.
Well, anyway, Jack, congratulations on passing another milestone.
Thank you.
Oh, by the way, how old are you now?
37. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
37? Why, Jack, you said you were 37 last year.
And now, ladies and gentlemen...
And the year before.
And now, ladies
and the year before that, you said you were 37.
Don, when you're happy with something, why leave it? Anyway, a lot you care. You didn't even come to my birthday party.
Well, I'm very sorry, Jack. I got your invitation, but I had to go back to Los Angeles.
Oh.
And, Jack, there was one thing about the invitation I didn't quite understand.
What was that, Don?
Well, it said, you are cordially invited to attend my birthday party on Thursday, 15/34/11. What do those numbers mean?
They're the sizes of my shirts, underwear, and socks. I knew you'd want to bring something. I used to put RSVP, and what did I get? Nothing. So from now on, I'm not taking it.
Hello, Jack. How you doing?
Hello, Mary. Hello. Say, Mary, Don and I were just talking about my birthday party. We had a lot of fun, didn't we?
Yeah, you should have been there, Don. We played charades and post office and spin the bottle.
Yeah.
And then we played blind man's buff. And you should have seen Jack when he was it.
Oh, what'd he do, Mary? Tie a handkerchief around his eyes?
No, he just turned out the lights. He figured he'd have fun and save money at the same time.
Same time. Your sister Babe would have fit in blind man's buff.
Then about 11 o'clock, we all got hungry, so Rochester brought in Jack's birthday cake.
Oh, birthday cake, huh? How'd it taste?
I don't know, by the time we took all the candles off it, I wasn't hungry anymore.
Mary, just be glad that I sent you an invitation to my party, that's all.
Say, Jack, I meant to ask you about that invitation. It said, you are cordially invited to attend my birthday party on Thursday. SOS. What does SOS mean?
Short on socks. I always have to remind you. Oh, for heaven's sake, that's the cue for Phil Harris. He's not even here yet.
Well, maybe he's at the Lone Pond getting potted.
I don't care where he is. We've got to get on with the show. Mary, you take his line.
Oh, Jack, I can't read Phil's line.
Mary, we can't hold up the show. Now, go ahead and read Phil's part. I'll give you the cue again. Short on socks.
Okay, folks, here's your favorite pixie. Harris is here, and he's right from Dixie. Appreciate me.
Phil, I wish you'd stop coming in here with those corny entrances. And another thing.
Hey, Jackson, I got a joke that'll murder you. Ask me what the wallpaper said to the wall.
Phil.
Go ahead, ask me.
All right, Phil. What did the wallpaper say to the wall?
You may be plastered, but I'll stick to you anyway. Oh, Harris, you're like a strong theater seat. You never let the audience down. Love it, love it, love it.
Now, Phil, the next time...
Ladies and gentlemen, for the benefit of those who tuned in late, the part of Phil Harris is being played by Mary Livingston.
Well, it's no use, Mary. Even you can't say those kind of jokes. Let's have a song from Larry Stevens while we're waiting for Phil. Oh, Larry.
Here I am, Mr. Benny. Say, Mr. Benny, I want to thank you for inviting me to your party. I sure had a good time.
At my party? Larry, I didn't see you there. When did you come in?
When you were playing Blind Man's Buff.
Oh, did I say hello to you?
No, but you kissed me twice.
Oh. Well, kid, when you get a little older and grow a beard, I won't make that mistake. Now, let's have a song, Larry.
Okay. By the way, Mr. Benny, there was one thing I didn't understand about that invitation you sent me.
What was that, kid?
Well, it said you are cordially invited to attend my birthday party on Thursday. GTD TKWIN. What does that mean?
go to Desmond's. They know what I need. Sing, kid. And thanks for the bicycle clip. It was just my size, by the way. Thank you very, very much.
Oh, the weather outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful. And since we've no place to go, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. It doesn't show signs of stopping, and I brought some corn for popping. The lights are turned way down low. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. When we finally kiss goodnight, how I'll hate going out in the storm. But if you'll really hold me tight, all the way home I'll be warm. Oh, the fire is slowly dying, and my dear, we're still goodbying. But as long as you love me so, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. The snowman in the yard is frozen hard. He's a sorry sight to see. If he had a brain, he'd complain that he wishes he were me. Oh, the fire is slowly dying, and my dear, we're still goodbying. But as long as you love me so, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
That was Larry Stevens singing Let It Snow. The title is really Let It Snow, Let It Snow. You're supposed to say it twice. But we have a very long show, and if we take up too much time, the tobacco auctioneer at the end of the program will have to hurry, and you won't be able to understand a thing he says. So in view of the fact that we're trying to save time, I had to change the title of Larry's song from Let It Snow, to just Let It Snow. And now, folks...
That line was originally ladies and gentlemen, but the genius cut it down to folks.
Yes, we save wherever we can. And that's why I changed the title of Larry's song.
Okay, folks, here's your favorite Pixie. Harris is here, and he's right from Dixie. Appreciate you, lovely
Well, we couldn't wait for you any longer, so Mary did your routine. Now go sit down.
Wait a minute, Jackson. I got a joke that'll murder you. Ask me what the wallpaper said to the wall.
Phil, Mary did that joke.
I don't care who did it. Go on, ask me what the wallpaper said to the wall.
All right, Phil, we'll do it again. What did the wallpaper say to the wall?
You might be a little cracked, but I got designs on you. They ought to put a slot in your head because your brains are like money in the bank. Love it, love it, love it.
Yeah. What kind of language is that? How do you like that?
Ladies and gentlemen, for the benefit of those who tuned in late, aren't you glad you're you?
Phil, you're supposed to do what we rehearse and not bring in any new stuff. I got designs on you. Where'd you get that, Joe?
Well, I hired myself a writer, Jackson. I found him right here in Palm Springs.
A writer?
Yeah, he lives right over here on the Indian reservation.
Phil, I know Palm Springs is crowded, but why is he living on... No, I can't ask him. Mary, you do it.
Okay, Phil, I know Palm Springs is crowded, but why is he living on an Indian reservation?
Because he's an Indian.
I knew it. Phil, I don't know where you find him, but I never heard of an Indian writer.
Well, I think you're wrong, Jack. Some Indians are very good writers.
Sure, Jackson, this guy I've got not only writes jokes, but he writes commercials.
What?
Go ahead, Don. Read him the one my writer gave you.
Okay.
Now, wait a minute. Oh, for heaven's sake.
Me like Lucky Strike. Me send smoke signals. LS MFT LS MFT
T-yum?
Yes, sir. How? You betcha.
Lucky Strike, heap round, heap firm, heap fully packed, heap free and easy on the draw.
Don.
Me, heap big, Indian chief.
You big heap, that's all. Odds. What's that?
Signal come from reservation. It say, with Sioux Indian who know tobacco best, it's Lucky Sioux to one.
Oh, is that Sioux?
Now, my good friend L.A. Speed, rein in face.
Hiawatha, Minnetonka, Tippy Tippy, Cucamonga, Tomahawk, Wiggy, Wammy, Pet Papucci, Toto, Iroquois.
Don, that was very good. Very good. Now, what are those horses' hooves?
Commercial finish. Take 'em plugged back to reservation.
Oh, me catch 'em on. And now, folks.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the benefit of you Indians who tuned in late, my face is red, too.
This is the craziest program we've done yet. What are we aiming at?
4:30. 7:30 in the east.
Hey, Jackson, we better start getting sharp or we'll hear about it at 5:30. You know that when Fred Allen comes on.
Phil, when you mention Fred Allen on this program, you must be closer to retirement than I think you are. I heard his program last week. While he was telling a joke, a long word got stuck in his nose sideways, and he held up the show for 5 minutes. Don't tell me about Allen.
Oh, Jack, you're just mad because his picture is better than yours.
Mary, that's no comparison. Everybody's picture is better than mine. Now, let's forget about that ill wind from Allen's. It's time for a band number. Go ahead, Phil.
Okay, boys, filibuster.
That was Sweetheart, played by Phil Harris, and his sweetest music this side of Roger Stable's orchestra. And that's a...
For the benefit of those horses who tuned in late, Roger's Stable is a stable owned by Rogers.
Roger. Thank you. Now, come on, kids. Let's keep the show moving.
Well, what's the hurry, Jackson?
Well, I'm having some important people over for dinner tonight, and I don't want to be late. See, Rochester's calling for me. By the way, Mary, remind me to pick up some salami on the way home.
Okay.
Oh, Jack, I meant to ask you about Rochester. Is it true that he was lost for 2 days out on the ocean?
Yes. He was out in a boat near Catalina.
Yeah, I read about it, Jackson. I heard it on the radio, too.
Yeah. Funny thing, I didn't know anything about it until it was all over.
You didn't?
No. When I found out about it last Wednesday, I was home taking my violin lesson. You know, I still have my music teacher, Professor LeBlanc. Anyway, here's what happened.
Professor Benny. Once more, you have made the same mistake.
I'm sorry, Professor LeBlanc. Shall I do it again?
Yes. And this time, please, take off your gloves.
Well, the strings are cold. All right.
Now commence. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and... Do not hold your bow too tightly. It will help you play more lightly. Play it softer, not so brassy. Pull your tongue in, you're not lassie. No. Mon Dieu, Crusoe, sacre bleu. Monsieur Benny, please tell me something. How long have you been playing the violin?
Well, ever since I can remember, I was a child prodigy.
I do not believe it.
That I was a prodigy?
No, that you were a child. Now, take it again, please.
Okay.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and... Play it bright and not so dull, sir. This what gave me my ulcer. This time soft just like a pillow. What have I done to Petrillo?
How was that?
Very good. Here.
Oh, boy, another gold star. You know, Professor, someday I may be a great violinist.
You should live so long, and you already did.
Now, listen.
Child prodigy.
Well, I was. My father made me start playing the violin when I was 7.
Oh, so your father made you take up the violin?
Yes.
And where is your father now?
In Florida.
The coward. And now, Monsieur Benny, I guess the hour is up.
No, it isn't, Professor. When we started the lesson, I set the alarm clock. It'll ring when the hour is up.
All right. For this I left lucky. Now, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and...
Well, how do you like that? He didn't even wait for me to pay him. Oh, well. I wonder if I should keep practicing. No, I can't stand it anymore. Oh, gee, I wish I hadn't told Rochester he could have a couple of days off. He does everything for me. So tired of sleeping with my clothes on. Well, I guess I'll turn on the radio.
I'm the Whistler. I walk by night.
Gee, that Whistler scares me. And I've got such a nice painting of his mother. I'll try and get something else.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you nearsighted? When you're having breakfast, do you get too close to your hot cake? Do you get molasses on your glasses? Do you suffer from middle-age spread? Do your hips try to hurdle your girdle? If you suffer from these or any other ailment, why not try sympathy soothing current? Remember, sympathy spelled backwards is yatapamist. Y-H-T-A-P-M-Y-S.
Yes, yatapamist. Yes, yatapamist. Yes, yatapamist. Drive your blues away.
He must have a new quartet there.
And now, folks, here is our Yatapamist news reporter with a special item.
Ladies and gentlemen, Rochester Van Jones, who has been adrift in the Pacific Ocean for the last 2 days, has been found by the Coast Guard and towed into port.
What?
Rochester is the butler of that famous comedian, Jack Bentley.
That's Benny.
Our quartet will now sing their version of that new song hit, Yes, We Have No Bananas, Butter, or Sugar.
I don't want to hear that. Oh, my goodness, Rochester adrift in the Pacific. I didn't even know he was on a boat. Well, thank heaven he's safe. When he gets home, I'm going to... Maybe that's him. Hello?
Long-distance call for Jack Bentley.
That's Benny. I'll take it.
Very well.
Hello? Hello? Hello, is this Rochester?
You were expecting maybe shipwreck, Kelly?
Rochester, I just heard about you being in the ocean for 2 days. How are you?
Salty.
I know, but tell me what happened.
Well, boss, me and my friend Sam were about 20 miles off Catalina when we developed motor trouble. And you know I can't swim.
Uh-huh.
Then suddenly a big wave swept me overboard and I landed right next to a vicious-looking shark. So I got back to the boat fast.
Wait a minute. You just said you couldn't swim.
I didn't think I could run on water either, but I did.
Well, what happened then?
Well, when we weren't rescued after the first day, we realized we were in a tough spot. So we started sending out messages in bottles.
What did the messages say?
Send more bottles.
Rochester, I hope you weren't drinking out there.
Oh, no, boss. No, sir. But after the second day, we sure got hungry. And fortunately, a bird landed on the back of the boat.
A bird? Good.
So I picked up my rifle, took aim, and I...
Rifle? Rochester, you wouldn't shoot a poor little bird.
No, I just wanted to frighten her enough to lay an egg.
Did you frighten her?
Did I? She laid 2 eggs, 3 strips of bacon.
Rochester, don't be ridiculous. A bird can't lay bacon.
Boss, when you got a gun in your face, you find out you got talent you never knew you had.
Never mind that. Now tell me, how did you get back to shore?
Well, the Coast Guard finally found us and towed us into the harbor.
Well, I'm glad it came out all right. It certainly was an unusual experience.
It sure was.
Rochester, what are you laughing at?
It's the first time I ever lost a weekend on water.
I thought. Anyway, Rochester, I'm glad you're safe, and hurry out here to Palm Springs.
I will. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well, John, there you are. That's how I found out about Rochester. Ladies and gentlemen, this is American Brotherhood Week. Brotherhood. There's much more to it than the word itself implies. Many of us feel that we are practicing it if we have consideration and respect for our immediate circle of friends. Well, that's not enough. We should have it for all people everywhere. The color of a man's skin and the church he goes to is a mighty poor yardstick to use in measuring his character. And to have a contempt for an entire race because of color or creed is unthinkable. If you want to know how it feels, think back to when the Germans and the Japanese thought themselves superior races and said that all Americans were decadent, criminal, and stupid. Our anger and indignation flared at the thought of Americans being called decadent, criminal, and stupid. And yet, if we tolerate racial and religious discrimination, we are. I think I saw brotherhood at its best when I was overseas during the war. When men are fighting for their lives and the lives of their fellows, racial and religious issues are relegated to their proper place of unimportance. I never heard a wounded man complain about being carried back to a field hospital by a Negro, or ask whether the blood plasma he was getting was Catholic, Protestant, or Jewish. You know, a bullet is a very democratic thing. So let's remember and perpetuate these battlefield lessons and carry them through our lives to make a better world. There is a verse in the song, America the Beautiful, that should mean a lot to all of us.
America, America, God shed his grace on thee and crowned thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea, and crowned thy good with brotherhood. That is our heritage. Let's live up to it.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here is my good friend, L.A. Speed Riggs.
A man goes by what he knows. Here's what Mr. William Lee Branch, independent tobacco auctioneer of Winterville, North Carolina, said.
Sure, I smoke Lucky. Been smoking them for 18 years. Any tobacco man will tell you that the quality of a cigarette depends on the quality of the tobacco that goes into it. And I know from long experience that Lucky Strike buys fine quality tobacco.
Quote, I know from long experience that Lucky Strike buys fine quality tobacco. Unquote. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. So for your own real deep down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
The famous tobacco auctioneer is heard on tonight's programmer, Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina. Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 49 out of 49, American.
And this is Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Well, Jack, another program's over.
Yep, another program and another birthday. Just think, Mary, next year at this time, I'll be 39.
39? Jack, you said this year you were 37.
Oh, yes, I'll be 38. I gotta watch that. Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Good health to all from Rexall. Yes, it's Sunday, time for the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, presented by the makers of Rexall Drug Products and your Rexall family druggist.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist taking a little time from behind the prescription counter this Sunday evening to speak for all 10,000 of us. The 10,000 independent druggists who have added the word Rexall to our own store names. You can always tell us by the orange and blue Rexall sign in our windows. The sign means that we carry the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. They range all the way from aspirin to penicillin, and they're as fine and pure and dependable as science can make them. We independent druggists recommend them to our customers because we know you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. And now your Rexall family druggist brings you the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, and starring Alice Faye and Phil Harris. The morning papers have arrived at the Harris home. Phil and Alice are reading them, and the children are looking over Phil's shoulder.
This is very interesting. All the serious problems of the world, and this is the first person who's come up with a sensible solution. Listen to this. She claims that if we
Daddy,
all...
will you read us Dick Tracy?
Phyllis, please. Let's have it quiet. Docile. Here's a girl with a message to the world, and you want me to waste my time on Dick Tracy.
Well, I'm glad to see you're reading something worthwhile for a change, Phil. What does this girl say?
Thank you, Mother. She says, no matter how black things may look, the inherent goodness of people will overcome the evils of the universe. Whereupon Sandy looks up at her and says, Arf! Arf!
He's reading Orphan Annie again.
So I'm reading Orphan Annie. Why not? I've been following that kid for years and years and years. And I admire anybody as little as that who can face the problems of life and beat them.
Why does she always look so worried, Daddy?
You'd be worried, too, if you were 35 and hadn't grown an inch.
Phil, will you please put down the funnies and read something educational to the children?
All right.
Turn to the front page. Go on.
All right.
Go on.
I'll read them the news. Now, let's see. My.
What's the matter?
This Indonesian situation in Java is simply deplorable.
What does that mean, Daddy?
Go ahead, Phil. Go on. Explain it to the children. Tell them what Java in Indonesia means.
Well, I suppose you think I can't. It's very simple, children. Java is another word for coffee. Indonesia is a medical term meaning indo, meaning indigestion, and nesia, meaning a condition. In short, if you drink too much Java, you'll wind up with a stomach condition known as Indonesia.
Gee, Alice, our Daddy is smart. He knows everything.
Yeah, and what he doesn't know, he ad-libs. Phil, look. Java is a country. It's one of those Indonesian republics. Like...
Indonesia?
Here,
you do my part and I'll do yours. We'll switch for one day. We might have something. You mean it's one of those Indonesian republics, like what?
Like Sumatra.
Oh, what's Sumatra?
Oh, Sumatra. That I know. Sumatra is...
Hold it, Herman. If you tell them Sumatra's a skinny singer, I'll scream.
Oh, honey, why didn't you let me tell them?
Look, Phil, you'd better get back. Forget about the news section and go back to Orphan Annie.
Indonesia. I wouldn't mind if you had a nose, but that button you got. Okay. Well, there ain't much news here anyway. It's just a lot of... Hey, wait a minute. Here's something interesting. Benny Goodman and Guy Lombardo have been invited to play at President Truman's inaugural ball next Thursday. Hey, that's a good break for them guys. They got a couple of good bands there.
Daddy, you got a good band, too. Why aren't you invited?
Well, they invited Lombardo and Goodman because they... Well, they got... Well, they're... Yeah, why didn't they invite them?
Phil, maybe the president doesn't like the way your musicians play.
And what's wrong with the way my musicians play?
Well, first of all, Sit down, Father. This is going to take a little time. You see, in the first place...
Never mind. There ain't nothing wrong with my band. My boys are good musicians, and they're a fine representative group.
Yes, but what do they represent? I don't think they'd fit in with the surroundings at the president's ball. They're the strangest-looking group I've ever seen.
What are you talking about? They're a fine-looking bunch of men and terrific musicians. When I formed my band, I imported my boys from all over the world.
I know. Frank Buck brought back 4 of them.
That is a base canard. Those guys would be right at home in Washington. I bet you wouldn't be able to tell them from the diplomats.
Phil, this is going to be a formal affair, and your boys would have to dress.
They'll be willing to dress.
Do they have tails?
A few of them have, but if they wear long... I wanted to stop there.
Gee, Daddy, we be proud if you were to play for the president. Daddy, why don't you go to Washington anyway?
Look, kids, Philly, Alice, they don't want me there. I'm trying to tell you they picked somebody else, and I haven't got a chance.
That's what they said about Mr. Truman.
Well, this is different, Phyllis. You don't go someplace unless you're asked. A man who goes where he is not wanted is like. Good
morning, Philip.
See what I mean? Now, look, Willie, go away, will you? I'm in no mood for you.
Well, what's wrong with you, Philip? You look dejected. Yes, indeed. Mm-hmm.
I got a right to be dejected. The president's having an inaugural ball, and he didn't ask me and my band to play there. And I just can't understand why the president would slough me off.
Oh, Phil, I'm sure it wasn't intentional. He probably never heard of Phil Harris.
Oh, Rosalind. Get with it, kid. Get back on the ball before it's too late, my love. Go back to Indonesia. Everybody knows me. My picture's on the cover of Radio Mirror magazine this month, and in color.
Oh, Philip, how can you be so egotistical? You know, it's possible somebody in the United States hasn't heard of you.
What United States you talking about? Like apple pie and the hot dog, I am part of the American scene. Ain't I, Alice?
Oh, yes, indeed. Mm-hmm.
All right. All I can say is it's a fine way for the president to treat me after all I've done for him and his family.
What did you ever do for Mr. Truman's family?
Something I wouldn't do for anybody else. At Margaret's last concert, I gave her permission to sing my special arrangement of That's What I Like About the South. With my inflection.
Gee, that was generous of you, Phil.
Well, I think it was, too. I'd like to know the real reason why he didn't invite me. There must be something in back of all of this. There must be some reason. Oh, I'll get it. I know why he didn't invite me, but it ain't fair. It ain't my fault I don't come from Missouri. And I'm hurt by his attitude.
Hi, Curly.
Oh, hello, Frankie.
What's the matter with you? I haven't seen you look so unhappy since the day you had a short in your curling iron.
I am unhappy, and I got a right to feel that way.
Why?
President Truman hates me.
Well, what are you down about? You should feel flattered.
What do you mean, flattered?
Well, up to now, you only had ordinary people like your musicians hating you. Now you're a success. You got the head man doing it.
Now, keep quiet.
What brought this on? What makes you think the president hates you?
Well, because he's having his inaugural ball this Thursday night, and he didn't ask my band to play there.
So what?
What do you mean, so what? So what? So what? Don't you realize it's the greatest opportunity of a musician's life? Just think, playing before the president and his wife and all of those dignitaries. Why, it's like playing before the king and queen, only bigger. Any musician would jump at the chance to play this affair. Wouldn't you, Frankie?
How much does the job pay?
Remley, please, let's don't have a vulgar display of currency.
Righto.
There's more important things than money.
Mm-hmm.
This could mean a lot to the band, Remley. It could make us the biggest orchestra in the country. I'd like to play at that president's ball more than anything else in the world.
But gee, Curly, I didn't know you felt this strong about it. If it means that much to you, why don't you just go to Washington and play it?
Now, wait a minute. You just don't go to Washington and play it. I can't do that. I wasn't even asked. They don't want me to play there.
Nobody wants you to play on the radio either, but you do. Curly, if you want something bad enough, you got to take the bull by the horns and go after it.
What do you mean?
Call the president in Washington. Thank him for his invitation and tell him you'll be glad to play at his clam bake.
What invitation?
The one you're going to ask him to give you.
You mean you want me to ask him for an invitation? You expect me to be that forward and brazen? Remley, you know very well those aspects are at a complete divergence to my character.
What does that mean?
I don't know, but you call the president and I'll look it up.
Now you're talking. I'll get long distance to put the call through. Got to be aggressive if you want to. Hello, long distance? Get me President Truman in Washington. Reverse the charges.
Frank, you can't do that. You can't expect the president to pay for this call.
Why not? He just asked Congress for $4 billion. He can afford it. Huh? Oh, all right, operator. Call me back as soon as you get to the White House. Just tell the press that Frank Remley wants to talk to him. He'll know.
Hey, Frankie. Huh? You know something I was just thinking? If this thing should happen to work, it's going to be wonderful. The band will be a smash at that ball. The president will love my music. Of course, it's possible that he might not like the type of music that I... Why, he'll love it. Harry's a musician himself.
Hey, Curly, are you planning on singing at the inaugural ball, too?
Well, of course I am. Why hold back? They're entitled to all of me.
Well, when you get the president on the phone, if I were you, I wouldn't mention that you expect to sing, too.
Why not?
Why antagonize the man? Wonder what's taking so long to put that call through to Washington.
Probably the red tape.
Yeah.
Look, Remley, I'm afraid I won't get to talk to that president personally. You know, he's a busy man. I know. His secretary won't let anybody talk to him unless it's about something very important.
Then make it about something very important. Don't tell the secretary you're calling about an invitation. Let's see, what's important enough to get to the president? I got it. The atom bomb. Say you're a physicist and you're working with nuclear fission.
Yeah, that ought to do it. I'll tell him that I'm a... You said something, Seymour?
Look, just say you're working on a new type of atom bomb and you want to talk...
Hey, wait a minute. That must be the call now. I'll get it.
All right.
Yeah. Hello? Hello? Yeah, we're calling Washington. Yeah, good. Put them on. Hello?
Hello, this is the White House.
Oh, hello, Margaret. I want to talk to your pop.
I am not Miss Truman, sir. Whom shall I say is calling?
Phil Harris.
Whom?
Phil Harris, that's whom. And just whom or you'm to be asking I.
Good for you, Curly. That's telling Herm.
I'm one of Mr. Truman's secretaries. Before I can put you through to the president, I'll have to know what you're calling about.
All right, if you must know, I'm Professor Harris. I'm a world-famous... hold the wire, lady. Hey, Remley, what am I again?
You're dabbling with the atom bomb. You're a physicist working with nuclear fission.
Oh, yeah, that's it. Oh, yeah. Hello? As I was saying, lady, I'm Professor Harris, and I'm a physicist.
I beg your pardon.
I said I'm a physicist.
What?
I'm a... Look, when you drop a seltzer tablet in a glass of water, what happens?
It's physics.
That's what I am, a physicist. I'm working on a cheap atom bomb. Surely you've heard of the Harris cut rate atom bomb.
I'm sorry, Professor, but I'm afraid I never heard of you.
You never heard of me? Have you never heard of nuclear fission?
Of course I have.
Well, that's the guy I'm working with. Good old Nook. Now, look, lady, I want to talk to the president, and I insist that you put me through to him.
Well, Mr. Harris, the president can't talk to you right now. I tell you what, Mr. Harris, you stay where you are, and we'll call you back.
Okay, but make it snappy. I ain't got all day, lady. Goodbye. Hey, Remley. Yeah. Hey, the president's going to call me back in a few minutes. Oh, boy, I can't wait
Excuse me, Phil, I want to use the phone to call Mother.
Don't touch that phone, Alice.
Why not?
I'm expecting a call from President Truman.
Oh, that's different. Who?
Whom? The predicate always comes after the subjunctive.
All right, whom are you expecting a call from?
President Truman. I called him to find out why the flower of the South hasn't been invited to play at his ball. The president must have something against me.
Oh, now, look, don't be silly, Phil. The president has nothing against you.
Then he must have been influenced by some of them Yankee congressmen. And if I find out that's true, I'll take it up with the Senate. I'll go higher. I'll take it to the Supreme Court.
Let's go even higher. Let's take it to Drew Pearson.
Why don't you leave the president alone? He has enough to worry about.
Oh, so you're sticking up for him instead of me, huh? Look, young lady, you know you're married to me, not him.
Oh, I know, but... I'm just wild about Harry, and Harry's wild about me. The heavenly blisses of his kisses fill me with ecstasy. Oh, he's sweet just like chocolate candy, and just like honey from the bee. Oh, I'm just wild about Harry, and he's just wild about, cannot do without. He's just wild about me.
In Maine to California, all the people made a note to do a lot of thinking before they go and vote.
They thought the one they wanted was the one they couldn't get. But a miracle had happened. You know they're talking about it yet?
But there was one who did not have a doubt how the election would come out.
Harry knew where he would be till 1953. He even built a balcony and tuned his piano knowingly.
When he sat and smiled and played the old Missouri Waltz.
Soon the Gallops and Ropers and others in the know were trading chicken dinners for some fricassee of crow. Oh, we're just wild about Harry, Missouri's favorite son. It's only human to bet on Truman. He always gets things done. The years ahead are much brighter with Harry carrying the ball. So we're just wild about Harry. There isn't any doubt we can do without Harry Truman at all. Now, Phil, do me a favor and forget about going to Washington. You haven't been invited, and that's that. I'm going upstairs. I'll see you later.
Hey, Curly.
Yeah.
You're not going to listen to her and forget about this, huh? We're going through with this, ain't we?
Irrefutably. When the president calls, I'll straighten him out on this, and I'll guarantee that we'll get invited.
Yeah.
Wish that call had come through, boy. Hey, put him in the kitchen, Julius, and don't bother me. I'm expecting an important call from the president.
Okay, I'll just put... The president of what?
The president of the United States. I'm going to offer him the chance to have Phil Harris's band play at his inaugural ball.
You Republican, you!
Now, what makes you think I'm a Republican?
If you weren't, you wouldn't be playing a dirty trick like that on the Democrats.
Never mind, kid. We'll be a big hit in Washington.
Oh, don't tell me you're going, too.
Yeah, I'm going, too. We're both going to the Capitol.
What are these guys trying to do to our country? If this ever gets in the papers, we could get kicked out of the United Nations.
Now, look, will you beat it, kid? Run along. I don't want to be disturbed when this call comes in. Now, scram, get lost. Get out of here. Drop the basket and get out of here.
What those guys say is true. Our country is threatened with a catastrophe. I know the president won't call him, but I better hang around just in case he does. I'll go upstairs and get on the extension phone. There must be some way I can louse up old turnip greens. I'll just sneak upstairs and get on the phone and see what happens.
Glad we got Julius out of here before that call comes in.
Yeah.
To think we muffed our chance to drown that kid last week. We could have gotten rid of him. And it's all your fault. If you'd have just...
Not my fault. I tried to hold him under. He's too slippery. Kid kept swimming away from me.
All right, all right. Next time we get him in a spot, don't muff it. That's all I ask. I wish that call would hurry up and come in. It's been a long time since I put that through.
Be patient. Those things take a little time. Now, look, Curly, when the president does call, tell him that you wanted to...
Oh, hey, that must be him now. Give me the phone. Give it to me quick. Hello? Yeah. Yeah, I call Washington. Good. Put him on. Hello, is this you, Mr. President?
Yeah, what's on your mind?
They must have moved the White House to Brooklyn.
Well, speak up, Mac. Remember, I'm the head man. I ain't got all day.
Julius, get off. Now, my call's coming through. Get off of there. Hello?
Are you the gentleman who's calling Mr. Truman?
That's right, sir. Is this the president?
No, this is your FBI.
The FBI?
Uh-oh, they're white to us. We've got to hang up,
comrade.
Now, wait a minute, mister. I'm not a comrade. I just called the president. All I want to do is talk to him about something personal.
Now, we know. What was that you told Mr. Truman's secretary about an atom bomb?
Now, all I said
Don't
was...
talk. I'm in the capital of Basinski.
Now, Julius, will you cut that out? Mister, you got to listen. Give me a chance to explain, Ski. Explain.
All right. Go ahead and explain.
Yeah, tell them all about your subversive activity.
Quiet, Julius. Now, look, mister, there ain't nothing subversive about me. I'm Phil Harris, the orchestra leader. Didn't you ever hear my band play?
No, I didn't.
I didn't. If that ain't subversive, nothing is.
Julius, will you please get off of that extension? Now, Mister, you got authority. Tell that kid to get off the phone.
Get off the phone, son.
Try and make me, Cossack!
Mr. Harris, this is all very peculiar. I'm afraid we'll have to investigate you.
Well, what for? I ain't done nothing wrong. All I want to do is to play at the inaugural ball.
I see. How long have you been in this country, Harris?
All my life. I was born here.
Then how can you turn against it?
I'm not turning against it. Can't you see I love my country? It's the greatest country in the world. I pledge allegiance to my flag and to the republic for which it stands. Cut that out! I got the right song.
Mr. Harris, don't leave your house until our local men get there. Goodbye.
Wait a minute, mister. I'm innocent. I just want to play the inaugural ball. I'm not a... Oh, now he's hung up, Frankie. I'm in trouble. They're going to investigate me. They'll arrest me. Well, don't just stand there looking at me, Remley. Say something.
Don't talk to me, you communist.
I'm not. You know I'm not. I'm loyal. I got an American flag tattooed on my chest. Come back. Hold it. Stop it, Walter, just a second. Hey, folks, you got to hear this. My producer just handed me this message, just phoned in by Western Union. Just heard your program, and on behalf of the inaugural committee for the inauguration of Harry S. Truman and Alban C. Berkeley, we invite you and Mrs. Harris to appear at the gala inaugural concert and to be our personal guest at the President's inaugural ball in Washington this coming Wednesday and Thursday. Please confirm acceptance. Signed, Carter Barron, Chairman of Parade and Special Events Committee, and James Sauter, Chairman of Talent and Productions Committee. Hey, ain't that wonderful? Hey, Mr. President, isn't that wonderful? We'll leave as soon as we can. We'll take that Super Chief tonight, and thanks.
Go ahead, Phil. Thanks a lot, Phil. Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. Meanwhile, let's do a little eavesdropping on a certain street corner.
Mary, let's step into this drugstore and get out of the cold until the bus comes. Okay.
Say, Helen, this is a Rexall drugstore.
How can you tell?
By that orange and blue Rexall sign on the door. These are the only stores where you can buy Rexall drug products.
So what? What's so wonderful about them?
Pardon me, lady. Perhaps I can answer that question.
Well, look, I didn't mean
Now,
to...
please don't be embarrassed. We Rexall druggists like to explain why we recommend Rexall drug products. And this cold spell we're having reminds me of a good example. Do you know that Rexall drug products are tested to fit various climates?
What do you mean?
Rexall scientists create artificial weather. that matches the various climates where Rexall drug products are sold. Then for anywhere from a few months to a year, both the products and their packages are tested to see if they're affected in any way. Now, that's just one example, of course, but we independent Rexall druggists know that all of the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company are subjected to the same kind of careful, exacting tests. And that's why we tell you you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall.
Folks, this is Phil Harris again, and I want you to know that we're really excited about that wonderful invitation to the President's inaugural ball. It's going to be one of the biggest honors that has ever been bestowed on Alice and myself, and I can't begin to tell you how thrilled I am, because it's a great honor, and you can bet your life that we're going. We're going to take the whole show, too. I'm going to have a talk to him after, and we're going to take the whole show, because this really is the biggest thing that's ever happened to me. That means that we'll be broadcasting from back east next week, so listen in, and I'm going to give you all the lowdown on that Washington scene. I'll find out how it cooks back there. Thanks, everybody, for inviting us. Thanks, Mr. President, Mr. Barron, and Mr. Sauter, and we'll be seeing you all on Wednesday night, the 19th, and then again for the ball on the 20th. Good night, everybody. Thank you.
The program was produced and directed by Paul Phillips. Included in the cast was Frank Lovejoy. This is Bill Foreman, wishing good health to all from Rexall.
This is Andy.
Just a minute, young man. A couple of years ago, someone purloined a few seconds of my time. That time has just been returned to me in a plain envelope. So I'll use it to say that the Fred Allen Show will be on in less than a minute over NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the men and women in the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till you're back from over there. Fellows, this is Ken Carpenter, back again to say hello to you wherever you may be. We hope that means you're right beside your radio, because we've shuffled together a batch of your latest requests. And believe me, this week we really got a stacked deck. Our ace in the hole is our master of ceremonies, the star of Lady Luck, and here he is, Robert Young.
Thank you, Ken. Hello, gang. Now, men, you've asked for her, and here she is. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's great young singing star, the vivacious, gracious, and bodacious Lena Remai. Welcome to Command Performance, Lena.
Yes, Lena, welcome to Command Performance. Welcome like anything.
Well, thank you, Bob, and you too, Ken.
Yes, thanks for the assist, Ken.
Oh, that's all right, Bob. Move over, will you?
Gentlemen, I'm overwhelmed. All this warmth and affection for one little song and one little singer.
I just can't help it, Lena. I'm just nuts about little songs.
Well, Ken, maybe I can calm you down with that feeling in the moonlight.
I don't think that's the way to go about it, Lena, but let's try it.
Did you ever get that You're strolling in the park, the stars so bright above. You'd love to love somebody, but there's nobody there to love. Did you ever get that longing on a June night? That wonderful longing you can never resist. Did you ever get that feeling in the moonlight? That feeling that said you want to be kissed? Everybody now and then gets a little lonely. There's always a reason why. I know what it means to be lonely, even as you and you're strolling in a park, the stars so bright above. You'd love to love somebody, but there's nobody there to love. Did you ever get that longing on a June night? That longing you just can't resist. Did you ever get that feeling in the moonlight? That feeling that says you want to be, feeling that says you ought to be, feeling that says you gotta be.
Every century or so, civilization produces a great musical genius. The 19th century gave forth the matchless European violin virtuoso Ysaye. But we in the 20th century are more fortunate, for we have been gifted with a number of musical geniuses whose names will live forever. There's Jascha Heifetz, the incredibly nimble-fingered violinist, Gregor Piatigorsky, the eminently successful cellist. I knew I'd get it. And as our guest on this command performance, we have the honor to present one of the greatest artists who ever lived. You've heard of Tchaikovsky, Bertelli, Rimsky-Korsakov.
Bob, that sounds like the Notre Dame football team.
None other than Chico Marx.
Dave, I'd like to play something, but have you got someone going to help me a little bit?
Got just a man for you.
What do you got?
We've got a nice violin player for you, Louis.
Louis? Where's the Lou? Hey, Lou. Oh. How do you do, Lou?
Fine.
You know Gypsy Love Song?
Gypsy Love Song. I know the chorus.
You know the chorus, huh? In the mic, know it.
I know the chorus, Chico.
Well, if I played the verse, maybe you could follow me, huh?
Well, you play the verse and I'll noodle around.
You're going to noodle around?
I'll noodle around.
What do you mean by noodling?
Well, I don't know how to explain it.
That's fine. You noodle on that, and I'll... You noodle on that thing, and I'll macaroni on this. Look, Lou, I know you got a lot of friends out here, and you want to... I know you want to make good, but don't play better than me, will you? Playing the same thing? run too much. Sounds like a slow leak, you guys. That's very good, though. Now we try the chorus. But the chorus, we're going to play pianissimo. You know pianissimo, eh?
Pianissimo? No, I don't know.
You don't know what pianissimo is? How long you study music?
15 years.
15. You know, 2 more years you could have been a plumber. 15 years. All right, I tell you what we do. We make it very simple. We play it allegro pizzicato. Hey, fellas, allegro pizzicato. You know allegro pizzicato?
Never heard of it. I never heard of it.
You know any of the pizzicatos? You must have been with Spike Jones's band. All right, do you know what pistachio is?
Pistachio, I know.
Well, we play pistachio.
Thank you, Chico Marx.
Bob, that's the theme song. It sounds mighty familiar.
Yes, Ken, and it will be familiar to the fellows overseas, too. Because if they have long stateside radio memories, they'll know it heralds the appearance of one of the finest quartets in the business. And here they are singing the songs you want to hear, the Charioteers.
Every night when the moon is shining bright down in Rio de Janeiro, comes a gent with a mellow instrument and a colorful sombrero. Then he sings and the melody he brings so tenderly played. It's called a gaucho serenade. La 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 la. Si, senor, he's a happy troubadour on a patio to find him. Si, senor, he will go from door to door, leaving happiness behind him. All the sweet senoritas hurry out to join the parade and hear the gaucho serenade. La 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 la. sombrero. Comes the chick with a marvelous and a colorful sombrero. Then he sings on the melody he brings so tenderly played. It's called a gaucho serenade. La 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 la. Si, senor, he's happy with all the party, oh, you'll find him. Si, senor, you go from door to door, leaving happiness behind him. All the sweet senoritas hurry out to join the parade. And hear the gaucho serenade. Oh, the gaucho serenade. The gaucho serenade. The gaucho serenade. Tra-la-la-la, 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 oh, the gaucho serenade, the gaucho serenade.
Many of you men overseas have tuned in your radio to hear the thrilling dramas on Suspense. One of the highlights in the series has been the unforgettable performance of Agnes Moorehead in Sorry, Wrong Number. Here at home, the response of both critics and public was so enthusiastic that Miss Moorehead was called upon to repeat the playlet several times. On each occasion, she gave a stirring, vivid portrayal as the neurotic woman who hears a murder being plotted over cross-telephone wires and finally learns that the intended victim of the murder is herself. Miss Moorehead's characterization is truly an incomparable study in terror. Tonight we had hoped to bring you this great radio drama, Sorry, Wrong Number. Miss Agnes Moorehead, unfortunately, was unable to be with us. So we secured the services of another personality with the same dynamic appeal. None other than Jack Benny. We now take you to Mr. Benny's home in Beverly Hills, where we find Jack sitting anxiously by the telephone waiting, nerves shattered, another victim of suspense.
Busy. It can't be busy all this time. Operator. Quiet, Polly. Operator.
I'm sorry, that line is busy.
Listen, operator, I've been trying to get that number for the last 20 minutes. It's a big advertising agency. They have a switchboard.
I'm sorry, the line is busy.
It can't be busy. I've been ringing that number since 25 after 11. Do you know what time it is now?
For the correct time, dial Ulrich 8900.
Operator, I know what time it is. It's 11:45. 11:45. Polly, quiet. Listen, operator. I'm a subscriber. I pay my bills every month, and since I've been on this phone, I've had nothing but trouble.
Trouble? One moment, please. I will connect you.
Repair department. That's not my trouble. What do I have to do to get Hillside 7593?
Just call the operator.
Oh, my goodness. Why can't I? Operator.
Number, please.
Look, operator, I want Hillside 7593.
You may dial that number direct.
I did dial the number. I keep getting a busy signal. That's what I've been trying to tell you. Look, operator, I'm Jack Benny. I have a radio program. My option comes up at 12 o'clock tonight. If I don't hear from my sponsor, Mr. Jones, in 15 minutes, I'll be out of a job. He's the advertising manager. I'm trying to get him on the phone, and I can't get the number.
I will connect you with information.
Operator, don't you understand? I don't want information.
This is information.
Look, I want Sevenside Hill 593. I mean Hillside 7593.
You may dial that number direct.
I've tried it direct, indirect, and spelled backwards. Now, what do I have to do to get Hillside 7593.
You
may dial that number direct. Oh, nuts. I don't know what to do. This is driving me mad. It keeps getting later.
112.
Polly, quiet. Besides, it's 10 minutes to 12 now. Your watch is slow. Well, I'll try and... Whoops! There it is. It's my sponsor. He's calling me. Hello?
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
It's 50 words or less, isn't it?
The contest is over. Fine time to ask about my contest. If my sponsor doesn't call me pretty soon, I'll go nuts. I still have 8 minutes. I got to reach Mr. Jones by 12 o'clock. Polly, quiet. Here's a cracker. And eat it slowly. It might be your last. Well, I'll try that number again. It can't be still busy. I know it can't. I'm sure there must be something wrong with the...
Hello?
Hello,
is that you, Mr. Jones?
Mr. Jones, that's my sponsor. Mr. Jones, this is me, Jack Benny.
Hello, George?
They can't hear me. The wires must be crossed.
Yes, George. I've thought the matter over thoroughly, and I've decided to let him go.
I see. Well, it's going to be quite a shock to him. He's been with us a long time.
Well, George, he's had it coming. His work has fallen off so badly it isn't funny anymore.
Yikes! Talking about me. Mr. Jones, operator.
Well, Mr. Jones, don't you think you ought to warn him and give him another chance? It might be difficult to replace him.
That's right. Tell him, George. Tell him. Nice boy, George. Nice boy. Tell him.
No, George. I've made up my mind. I think we should look for a younger man.
Younger? Why, I'm only 37. 37.
37 and 37, that's 75.
At 74, you dope. Can't you count?
So you don't think warning him would do any good, eh, Mr. Jones?
No, he's had his chance.
Mr. Jones, please, George has a swell idea. Warn me. Give me another chance. I might be difficult to replace. Tom Brenneman is so busy, and he has to get up so early in the morning.
Well, all right, Mr. Jones. I'll let him...
I've been cut off. Operator.
Number, please.
Operator, I want Hillside 7953. Will you please get it for me?
You may dial that number direct.
But I've been dialing all morning. My fingers are so swollen they don't fit into the hole.
One moment, please. I will try that number for you.
Thank you. Only 5 minutes to go. I can only talk to Mr. Jones. If I could just plead with him, beg him like I did last year. Maybe I could talk him into giving me another...
Sorry, that line is busy.
Busy. What am I going to do? I got to think fast.
Busy.
Polly, shut up. This is serious. You may have to go to work. 4 minutes to 12. Wait a minute, I know. I'll call my agent. That's it, my agent. Why am I paying him 9%? I'll try and get him. That might be Mr. Jones. Oh, hello?
Hello, is that you, Edna?
Edna?
This is Johnny McGuire. I just got back from the South Pacific. I haven't seen a woman in 3 years. You're the first one I called.
Look, you must have the wrong number.
Oh, don't give me that, Edna. I recognize your voice right away.
Look, but
Now, what do you say, Edna? Let's you and me step out tonight. I'll buy you a nice big dinner.
Look, I'm telling you, you have the wrong... Dinner? No, what am I thinking of? He'd only want to... I'm sorry, you have the wrong number. I wish I was, Edna. At least then I'd know where... Oh, my goodness, only 3 minutes to 12. No time to call my agent now. I got to get Mr. Jones. Maybe he hasn't signed anybody else yet. I'll tell him I'll do anything he asks me. Anything. I'll let him cut my salary. This year I'll suggest it myself. The line's clear. It's not busy. I still have time.
This is Hillside 7593.
Get me Mr. Jones, quick. This is Jack Benny.
Mr. Jones is busy on another line. Would you call back?
No. I'll hold on. Oh, hurry, Mr. Jones, hurry. You haven't got much time. I haven't got much time. Hello?
Hello.
Is that you, Mr. Jones? Oh, it's you, Polly. Shut your big mouth.
Hello? What's that?
Mr. Jones, I wasn't talking to you, Mr. Jones. It wasn't your big mouth. It was my parrot. This is Jack Benny.
Oh, well, Jack, I'm glad you called. I wanted to tell
Mr. Jones, please, before you say anything, listen to me. You got to listen to me. I know I've been on the air a long time, but I'm not through yet. Honest, I'm not. There's still a few good years left in me, and I want you to have them.
But Jack...
I know I've made mistakes, Mr. Jones. Everybody makes mistakes. I mean, everybody but you, Mr. Jones. You always do the right thing. You're wise, smart, intelligent, kind. That's it, kind. You're too kind to cast me aside like an old shoe. Give me another chance. Please, Mr. Jones. Don't drop my option.
Why, Jack, what are you crying about? We've no intention of letting you go.
Honest, Mr. Jones, if you only give me... What? You mean you're going to pick up my option?
Why, certainly. I've been trying to call you all morning. Your phone's been busy.
My phone? Busy? Oh.
Tell me, Jack, whatever gave you the idea we wouldn't take up your option?
Well, Mr. Jones, I called you a few minutes ago, and the wires got crossed. I heard you talking to a man named George.
George? Oh, yes, he's my office manager.
Well, I overheard you telling him to let somebody go. You wanted a younger man.
Oh, I remember, certainly. I discharged him this morning. It was the janitor.
The janitor?
Yes.
Oh, the janitor. Well, the joke's certainly on me. Well, Mr. Jones, if the man wasn't doing his work, what else could you do? It's not your fault if the man isn't capable. There's no place for sentiment in business, Mr. Jones. That's what I like about you, Mr. Jones. You don't let your heart rule your head. That janitor got what was coming to him. I don't believe in a man whining and trying to hang on to a job when he's not wanted. I agree with you. If a man fails to deliver, let him go. Get rid of him, I say. Fire him.
Thank you, Agnes Moorehead. Jack Benny. And your cast of splendid performers. On my way to the studio tonight, something very funny happened. Nothing. But I did meet a man a lot of you have wanted to hear on Command Performance. He's a fine orchestra conductor, at the same time one of the outstanding arrangers and composers of the present day. You've heard his Holiday for Strings and Our Waltz. Now here he is in person, ex-Sergeant David Rose.
Thank you for that wonderful introduction, Bob.
Oh, it was nothing, Dave, nothing really.
Oh, yes, it was. You don't know how wonderful those words sound. Ex-sergeant.
I see what you mean. Dave, how about leading the orchestra through your own treatment of humoresque? David Rowe. There you have it, man, the 209th Command Performance. And believe me, all of us regard it as a privilege and an honor to appear on this program in answer to your requests. So keep those letters coming. As long as you're over there facing problems that must be faced and dealt with so that your country can accept its full responsibility to the family of nations, we here at home will be yours to command for good entertainment, in the hope that shows like this will make your task a little more agreeable. This is Bob Young. Good night.
For correct time all the time, wear a Bulliver. Trade in your old watch. Get a liberal allowance on a new Bulliver. Any Bulliver you choose.
Maxwell House Coffee presents Good News of 1938. Welcome to another hour behind the scenes in Hollywood, brought to you from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Imagine yourself with us now on Soundstage 30, sitting with the famous stars who have come to broadcast and to listen to our program. Tonight you will hear Frank Morgan, Fanny Bryce, Alan Jones, Maureen O'Sullivan, director Jack Conway, and Meredith Wilson, and anybody else that might happen to drop in. And here's your host for the evening, Robert Taylor. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Bob.
Well, Frank Morgan. What is it, Frank?
Bob, I just wanted you to know I'm here. I was a little late. I've been trying to hire an orchestra for the house party I'm giving Saturday night.
Well, say, I'll bet that's going to be some party. Hiring an orchestra and everything, huh?
Oh, yeah, I always hire an orchestra. Why, at my last party, I had the Philadelphia Symphony, 110 men and a girl. And oh, what a girl. Wow. Redhead. Let's see, her number is Philadelphia...
Philadelphia what?
Philadelphia, PA. I know my geography. Yes, sir. I get road maps from all the gas stations when I stop for free water. Yeah, but, Bob, have you any idea where I can dig up a good orchestra? Money's no object.
What'll you pay him?
Well, I'll give him my personal check for $200 or $5 cash.
Well, say, Meredith Wilson might like to make $5. What do you think of him as a musician?
Well, it sounds like a good idea. Why doesn't he take it up? Oh, Meredith Wilson, yes. Well, confidentially, Bob, he can't read a note of music.
Well, that has nothing to do with it. I can't read music, and yet I play the cello fairly well. I play by ear.
By ear? Well, don't you find that rather awkward with a cello?
I don't think you know a thing about music.
Well, I do, too. You're just jealous, Bob.
All right. Now, let's say that Meredith Wilson's orchestra was to play an andante movement or an agitato movement or poco lento.
Yeah.
What's the difference?
Yes, well, that's what I say. What's the difference? Who cares? Let them play anything. What's the score? Who's playing?
Oh, please, Meredith. Whistle while you work.
and grin and start right in to whistle while you work. So hum a merry tune. Just do your best and take a rest and sing yourself a song. When there's too much to do, don't let it bother you. Forget your trouble, try to be just like a cheerful chickadee and whistle while you work. Come on, get smart, tune up and start to whistle while you work.
Whistle while you work.
Go out and grin and start right in to whistle while you work.
So hum a merry tune.
Just do your best and take a rest and sing yourself a song.
When there's too much to do, don't let it bother you. Forget your trouble, try to be just like the cheerful chickadee and
whistle while you work. Come on, get smart, tune up and start to whistle while you work. Whistle while you work. You'll never, never quit. Come on, get smart and do your part with all your heart. Tune up and start to whistle while you work.
That was grand, Meredith. And incidentally, the song is from one of the grandest pictures that ever came out of Hollywood, Walt Disney's magnificent Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. It's Walt's masterpiece, and just as fine for grown-ups as for children. And speaking of children, brings me, of course, to that awful little girl who's become such a popular feature of our program. Here she is again with Hanley Stafford as her father, Baby Snooks.
Snooks, what are you doing up so early?
What time is it?
Why, it's not 8 yet.
Is it 7?
No, it's after 7.
Well, 8 comes after 7.
I know it does, but it's different with telling time.
Why?
Because it is. You have to figure with hours and minutes.
There?
On the clock. Here, look at it.
What's those black things?
Those are the hands. They point out the time.
Where's the fingers?
They don't have fingers.
I got fingers.
I know you have fingers, but those hands don't have any.
Well, how can they point?
Snooks, they just indicate the time. Now look, every time that big hand makes a complete revolution of the face...
Oh, whose face?
This face on the clock.
That ain't a face.
I tell you, it is a face.
It ain't got a mouth.
Of course not.
Has it got eyes?
No, and it hasn't got a nose, and it hasn't got ears either.
And you call that a face?
Yes.
Do you feel all right, Daddy?
I feel fine. Will you stop interrupting me?
All right, Daddy.
Well, now look at the clock. The big hand is the minute hand, and the little hand shows the hours. Now, these numbers all around the face each denote a different hour. Are you following me?
Where are we going?
We're not going anywhere. I'm trying to teach you to tell the time. Now, do you see these numbers on the clock?
Uh-huh.
The number at the top is 12. When both hands point to 12, it's 12 o'clock. Understand?
Uh-huh.
Good. Now, what is it when both hands point to 12?
I don't know.
It's 12 o'clock.
Is it?
Yes.
Oh. And I'm late for school.
Oh, it's not 12 o'clock now. You just pay attention to what I'm telling you.
All right, Daddy.
Now, each time the big hand moves to another number, that's 5 minutes. And every time the little hand moves, an hour goes.
Where's it go?
Snooks, that has nothing to do with telling the time. All you have to understand is the movements of the hands. Now, let's see if you remember what I just explained.
All right, Daddy.
Here, now, look at this clock. Now, you see the little hand is between the 7 and 8, and the big hand is on the 7.
Uh-huh.
All right. What does the clock say?
Tick-tock.
Oh, it says 20 minutes to 8. And good heavens, I've got to get dressed and get to the office. Look out, Snooks.
Are you going to shave, Daddy?
Yes, and don't trail after me.
I want to watch you.
Oh, all right, but don't pester me with questions.
Why?
Because I'll get nervous and cut myself with a razor. Now, just keep quiet now.
All right. Daddy!
Ow! Why do you yell like that? See, I've cut my face. Boy, look at that slice. It's a beauty.
You like it, Daddy?
No, I don't like it. And I want you to let me finish, so don't make another sound.
I won't.
Remember now, Snooks, this razor's very sharp.
Yes, Daddy.
And will you be quiet?
Uh-huh.
Good. Now just stand there and watch.
All right. Daddy!
Oh! Snooks, you made me cut myself again. Now, just get right out of here.
I'll be quiet, Daddy.
Well, you'd better. This razor pulls.
What you doing now, Daddy?
I'm stropping the razor.
Why?
Because it's not sharp.
Yes, it is.
Well, how do you know?
'Cause it's sharpened my pencils all right.
What? Now, listen. How many times have I told you not to take my razor from the box?
I didn't take it from the box. I found it in the kitchen.
In the kitchen? What was my razor doing in the kitchen?
Mama was cutting an linoleum with it.
Snooks, I don't believe you. Now you're going to get a spanking.
Why?
Didn't you promise never to touch my razor?
Uh-huh.
And didn't I promise to give you a spanking the next time you did?
Uh-huh.
Well?
Well, I didn't keep my promise, so you don't have to keep yours.
Oh, no. You're not getting away with it this time, young lady. Come over here. There. You simply must learn to behave. There. All right, that's all. Oh, stop it. I didn't hurt you. Now come here and kiss Daddy and say you're sorry. There. That's better. Now, Snooks, I want you to tell me why I punished you. Now, what's the matter now?
That's just it.
Just what?
First you give me a licking, then you don't know why you did it.
Now, here's Ted Pearson with some advice on coffee. You know, friends, there's more than fine, full-bodied flavor, more even than that deep-down satisfaction in a steaming, fragrant cup of Maxwell House coffee. Yes, grand as that is, there's something more. It's that friendly stimulation in a cup of Maxwell House coffee, the kind that buoys you up and never lets you down. Now, we've taken various ways of pointing out just what we mean by that friendly stimulation. But tonight I have an idea we can express it in a different way. Anyway, I'm going to try. I'm going to call on our maestro here, our own Meredith Wilson, to help me out. Oh, Meredith, do you mind?
Why, not at all, Ted, if I can help.
Well, then, Meredith, how would you tell us about that friendly stimulation that's in a cup of Maxwell House?
Well, let's see. I think I'd set it to music, Ted. Let's say the boys and I have been rehearsing for maybe 5 hours, and we're pretty well worn out, all of us. And by that time, we're playing something like this. Then I know it's time for a little rest. And as we all file out, we're pretty apt to congregate in the coffee shop for a smoke and a cup of Maxwell House coffee. Well, 20 minutes later, we're back at our desks playing like this. Yes, Ted, once more we're playing Allegro Vivace, or in other words, Con Brio.
Or as one might further say, Con Maxwell House. Well, I guess there are times when, to alter an old saying, music speaks louder than words, and this seems to be one of them. Well, thank you, Meredith. You certainly have expressed the friendly stimulation there is in a cup of Maxwell House coffee for all of us. And so, friends, when you're tired, maybe feeling out of sorts, a little low in spirits, and you need a really wholesome pickup, well, then take time at your meals to enjoy a tempting, fragrant cup of the coffee that buoys you up and never lets you down.
Nice commercializing, Ted Pearson.
Thank you, Bob. Now I've relayed my message to our audience. I have a message for you. There's someone waiting to see you.
Well, tell him to come back later, will you? I'm very busy now.
Why?
Because. Oh, it's Jack Benny.
Thank you, Bob. Thanks. Yeah, it can't be that good. Hello again. This is Jack Snooks Benny talking. And, Bob, I just dropped in here for a minute to thank you again for appearing on my program last Sunday night. It was a lovely gesture on your part, and we appreciated it.
Well, that's okay, Jack. I enjoyed every minute of it. It was a lot of fun.
Yes, sir. We sure got a lot of laughs, didn't you? And the members of my cast got a big kick out of meeting you, Bob.
My pleasure, Jack. You know what impresses me about your program, Jack?
What, Bob?
Well, the way your cast looks up to you, the way they respect you.
Respect me? Oh, yes. I've got them trained pretty well, Bob. You know, when I crack the whip, they jump.
They sure do.
Oh, yes. You know, when I want something done, I simply give my orders to Mary, Phil, Don, and Kenny Baker. And Kenny does exactly as I say. Things were bad before, Bob. You have no idea of the situation now. Since they met you, you'd think I was a stooge or somebody.
Gosh, I didn't mean to start anything, Jack. Is there anything I can do?
Bob, when you kissed Mary, you did enough. Really, folks, you never saw such a smack.
Well, Jack, that kiss couldn't possibly affect Mary's feelings for you.
No, but last Monday was my birthday, and the kiss she gave me... what's good for frostbite, Bob? I got a warmer kiss from my high school principal when I graduated. I nearly killed that joke, too.
Yeah,
One good joke, and I have to kill it.
Yeah. Well, then you did go to school. Right?
What's that, Bob?
You did go to school.
Oh, definitely. Why, back in Waukegan, they've got a halo around my dunce cap. But, Bob, I want to tell you the real reason for my being here tonight. Not that you need a reason on radio, but I've been listening to this program for the last 14 or 15 weeks.
Oh, then you like our show.
Well, Bob, I will say that it's a nice program. It's nice. But it needs a little something to, it could be stronger.
Yeah, well, what do you mean it could be stronger?
Well, Bob, I don't mean that you have to send it to a gymnasium or anything like that. But I said before, it is a nice program.
Well, what do you mean, nice?
Now, don't pin me down. I mean it's pleasant.
Oh, yeah. You mean it doesn't go around and kick anybody in the face, huh?
Well, you don't have to get ironic. I didn't come here to tear your program down. I merely came to give you constructive criticism.
Yes, but, Jack, I hardly think this is quite the time or the place, you see.
Now, Bob, when I see a man drowning, I don't wait until he hollers for help.
Well, what would you suggest?
Well, Bob, look, let's analyze it. Now, since this show is an hour and mine is only a half hour, we must use twice as much showmanship, you see?
Showmanship? Well, have you got any ideas, Mr. Barnum?
Just call me Barney. Now, Bob, the only thing that fits here, you don't mind my helping.
No.
The only thing that fits here is a very hot, swingy song. Now, take a tip from me, Bob. Have Judy Garland sing a rip-snorting zaz-zoo-zaz number.
Is that what you would do?
Definitely, and I ought to know.
Yeah, well, that's fine. So now, ladies and gentlemen, Alan Jones, our brilliant young tenor, will sing My Heaven on Earth. Thanks, Jack.
Oh, it was nothing. Now, the next song...
Heaven is a million miles away. Still I find it in Mom's food today. Heaven is the only word will do when I'm describing you. My heaven on earth started when you came into view. I never knew the thrill of living until you happened along. My heaven on earth came with a glance, bringing romance. That lucky chance was all I needed to fill my heart with a song. Loving you isn't hard to explain. You're sweet, you're lovely and gay. Heaven's loss has been my greatest gain for letting an angel like you get away. My heaven on earth, you're in my arms, you're in my heart. So who can measure your worth? You're my heaven on earth. My heaven on earth. Heaven, first came in view.
That was swell, Alan. Thank you. Well, Jack, the folks seemed to go for Alan's song, didn't they?
Yeah, Judy Garland looks entirely different in pictures, doesn't she? And Bob, I've met Jones before. He seems like a very nice chap, an intellectual sort, ain't he?
Yes. Yes, he sure is. You know, after meeting Kenny Baker last Sunday, I would say that Alan is the exact antithesis.
Well, what is that, Bob?
I say Alan is the exact antithesis.
Well, yes, he is. If I knew what it meant, I could be even more definite. Of course, Bob, Kenny is a very amusing boy, though. He does say the most ridiculous things. I mean, when I talk to him, whenever I ask him anything, I get the silliest answers. You know, you've heard them. Like this morning, for instance.
Yeah, what'd you ask him?
To take a cut. He was polite, though. He said, "Go soak your head, please." Oh, he was talking.
Well, of course, Alan is a different type entirely.
Yes, I'd like to talk to him, just in case Kenny ever happens to read his contract, you know.
Yes, well, I want you to meet everybody, Jack. Alan.
Yes, Bob?
You know Jack Benny, don't you?
Well, I'm very glad to see you again, Alan.
Well, I won't work for a cent less than Kenny Baker.
Yeah. But Ann wasn't in the script. Fighting the hand that might feed you, eh? I merely wanted to compliment you on your voice, Jones, although I don't think it was the proper selection.
What do you know about it?
Well, to put it conservatively, everything. You see, Alan, this show needs all the help that I can give it.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Wait a minute. This show doesn't need anything.
Well, you're just being stubborn, that's all. Now, you take your musical selections. In the first place, I don't like the arrangements.
Well, what's the matter with them?
Now, you keep out of this, buddy. Who asked you to butt in, anyway?
Listen, Jack, this is Meredith Wilson, our conductor.
Oh. Now, look, Mr. Wilson, I sounded like Edward Horton then, didn't I? Now, look, Mr. Wilson, I was just telling Bob that the arrangements of your selection should have a little more schmaltz. You know, sounder construction in the bass, and let the melody carry itself. You know?
Well, Mr. Benny, when I want your advice, I'll send for you. And I didn't send for you.
Well, a Phil Harris without curls.
Yeah? Well, you're a Clark Gable without hair.
Who said that?
I did. Don Wilson isn't here.
Jack, this is Ted Pearson, our announcer.
Hello, Pearson. And that crack about my hair wasn't very funny. You know, I have plenty of hair. It just happens that I have a high forehead. That's all.
Ladies and gentlemen, speaking of Jack Benny's head, buy Maxwell House coffee in the super vacuum tin.
Now, this is a fine way to run a program, commercial plugs right in the middle.
You better beat it, Ted.
See, that Pearson has got some nerve for a guy with only one flavor. Well, Bob, anyway, now that I've got your show rolling along, an idea strikes me that right here, Meredith Wilson must play a soft number.
Well, is there any particular number you can suggest, Jack?
Well,
How about Rosalie?
No, not Rosalie. That number's so worn out. Let him play anything but Rosalie, Bob. See? Hey. I trapped him, folks. That's the number I really wanted.
Always and always.
Hey, that's not Rosalie. I've been wrong.
And wonder of you. Always and always, my love will go soaring to heaven, far under the blue. Life is strange and ever changing, doesn't make reason or rhyme.
Now, Bob, I think right here I ought to play a violin solo.
Jack, go away.
Oh, all right. A little class wouldn't hurt this program.
Meredith, that was a grand job on Always and Always. It sounded swell.
Oh, really? I wasn't listening.
Oh, say, Bob. Oh, there you are.
Frank, are you here again?
Am I here again? Why, yes, I think so. I'm sure I'm around someplace. I can hear my voice, can't you?
Yes, I guess you're here all right.
Oh, that's fine. Then we won't bother looking for me. Let's get going, Bob. Now, we don't want to be late.
Late for what?
The premiere. This is the most exciting opening night in Hollywood's history. Why, everybody who is anybody will be there. Believe me, I had to use plenty of influence to get you invited. And now you hesitate. Don't get...
Frank, where is this opening night? At Grauman's Chinese Theater?
No. At Tishabov's Turkish Bath. It's a formal affair, you know. I'm wearing a top hat, white tie, and a black towel. Do it right, I always say.
No, thanks, Frank. I'm not going to the opening night of any Turkish bath.
Oh, but, Bob, I got 2 front row seats in the steam room. We'll have a hot time. And they tell me it's a very stylish place.
Yeah, what can be stylish about a Turkish bath?
Well, but in the ordinary Turkish bath, you have to take a shower before you go into the pool.
Yeah, well...
Well, but in this place, they make you take a shower before you take a shower. Very sanitary.
No, you better count me out, Frank, but you'd better go. You certainly look flabby.
Well, that's because I exercise. Oh, who looks flabby? Why, Bob, you can't be serious. You know I'm the perfect physical specimen. Why, only this morning I ran 100 yards in 8 seconds.
8 seconds?
Yes.
Well, it takes Jesse Owens 9 2/5 seconds to run 100 yards.
Yes, but I know a shortcut. Why, when I was in the Olympics in 1914...
Frank, I didn't know that you were in the Olympics.
Well, neither did I until just now. Of course I was. Well, Bob, I was the sensation of the Olympics of 1918.
I thought it was in 1914.
My, time flies, doesn't it? Bob, I'm sorry you missed me in those Olympics of 1922. Let's see, they were held in the southern part of Europe.
Yugoslavia?
Yes, and I go skiing, too. Oh, Yugoslavia. That's the country. I thought you were clearing your throat. Yes, Bob, there's nothing like outdoor sports to keep you fit. Why, right here in California, I exercise every day, if it isn't raining. You should see me make a standing broad jump. And I'm a wizard at those old Grecian sports, throwing the javelin, pole vaulting.
What about the discus?
Oh, the discus. Well, I make my wife wash them. I wear the pants in my house with an apron over them.
Yes, Frank, I think America will acknowledge that you're definitely a manly type.
Oh, thank you, Bob.
Yes, you're one man who is the absolute personification of masculine charm.
Yes.
The epitome of dashing virility.
Oh, what do you hear? From the dictionary? You know, Bob, I didn't know that I was so good. I'm going right out and hire a press agent. So long. I'll see you next... Yes.
Oh, Bob, who was that fellow?
It was Frank Morgan.
Morgan. What does he do?
What does he do? Well, I'll tell you what he does. He occupies the position of being radio's #1 comedian.
Oh, you mean #1 on this program?
#1 on this program or any radio program.
Oh, well. You mean not counting Sunday nights, of course.
Yes, counting Sunday nights or any nights. He's the funniest man in the country.
Well, that's open for discussion.
No, that's closed.
Well, I've just opened it. And it's going to stay open if we have to run into Bing Crosby's program. you may think that Morgan is comical just out of sentiment.
Sentiment?
Yeah, you know the old saying, people on the same program are thicker than water. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't.
Well, whether you think he's funny or not, did you hear the people laughing?
Yes, they were laughing. They're happy. Things are getting better everywhere. That's why.
Now, I'll tell you why they were laughing. They were laughing because Frank Morgan is very funny. Do you get it? Frank Morgan is funny.
What?
I said Frank Morgan is funny.
Well, you're just in a rut, that's all. You probably think Jeanette MacDonald has a better voice than Andy Devine. I've never heard of
And now, friends, once more it's time for that friendly custom of ours on these programs. I mean, a visit to the old Maxwell House here on the lot for a steaming cup of Maxwell House coffee. And, Meredith, will we enjoy our coffee with the music that goes with it?
We now pause briefly for station identification.
KFI, Los Angeles.
This is Robert Taylor again, ladies and gentlemen, and we're continuing our good news of 1938.
Hello, Bob.
Well, Maureen O'Sullivan. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to meet the lovely lady who appeared opposite me in A Yank at Oxford, the picture we made in England last summer, Miss Maureen O'Sullivan.
Thank you.
Maureen, it's swell to see you again. Won't you sit down a minute and listen to the music?
Well, Bob, I understood, that is, wasn't I to do a scene from A Yank at Oxford at this point?
Well, no, not right now. The drama comes a little later in the program.
Oh, that's strange. The gentleman in charge out there just told me to go right ahead now.
Gentleman in charge?
Yes. Mr. Burney.
Oh, wait a minute.
Hey, Jack! Oh, just a minute, Bob. I'm straightening out Wilson's music. Now, Meredith, I think that if you made that a dotted eighth note,
You think so?
Yeah, just lay it aside while I clear up this other matter. What is it, Bob?
Maureen O'Sullivan.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Miss O'Sullivan, meet Robert Taylor.
I know Mr. Taylor very well.
Oh.
Now, listen here, Jack. I don't mind your giving suggestions, but when you start sending people out on the stage in the middle of the program and confusing everybody, that's going too far.
I should say it is. You told me you were running this program, Mr. Burney.
The name is Benny. Jello. Now, look, Bob. My plan was to have Mavourneen here.
The name is Maureen.
Maureen, come out and do a dramatic scene. You know, something to take the curse off of the first part of this show.
I think that's a good suggestion. I think that's a very good suggestion, Mr. Jello. After all, A Yank at Oxford is opening in the theaters all over the country in the next few days.
Well, I wasn't thinking of that, Miss Yank. Now,
look,
if you just...
all right, Benny, that's enough. I'm not going to stand here and have you tear our show down.
Now, Bob, don't get me wrong. I'm only trying to be helpful.
Helpful? You're ruining everything.
Mr. Benny, when do I do the scene?
I'll have it straightened out in just a minute. Now, look, Bob.
I won't look at anything. I started out with a good show tonight, and now where am I?
Well, don't get excited. I didn't say it was your fault that the show isn't good. Not entirely your fault. What do you think, Maureen?
Well, I don't know whose fault it is. When do I do the scene?
There isn't going to be any scene. Benny, you keep your nose out of this.
What, the whole thing? Look, Bob, if you didn't want me to tell you how to run the program, why did you send for me?
Who sent for you?
Well, of course. I didn't know they'd gone over your head. You know.
Who went over whose head?
Now, don't get acrobatic. You know how I happen to be here tonight, don't you?
No, I don't.
Do you two mind if I sit down?
No, not at all. Now, Bob, look, it was perfectly simple. I was walking along Hollywood Boulevard, minding my own business.
I can hardly believe that.
Well, I was walking along anyway. And who should I see a block or two away but the head of MGM's radio department, Louis K. Sidney.
Yeah, go on.
Of course, I had no intention of forcing myself onto your program, but after I caught up with Mr. Sidney, we passed the time of day. One thing led to another, and I saw where the conversation was going. So I came right out and I said, LK. I always call him that. LK, Would you like me on the Maxwell House program Thursday?
Oh, you said that, huh?
Well, what else could I say? I didn't want to embarrass him. Of course, he was tickled to death.
He was, huh? What did he say?
Well, he was very enthusiastic. He said, Jack, why don't you give me a ring in a few weeks and we'll talk about it.
Yeah? Well?
Well, I forgot to call him, that's all. I had to come down. I couldn't let the fella down, you know.
Well, it's plain to see, Jack, you wished yourself on the program, and I know, because Mr. Sidney told me he didn't want you.
Oh, he did, eh? The big gossip.
Hey, you don't know what you're talking about, and I'm getting tired.
Well, why don't you do what millions of others are doing? Refresh yourself with a cup of Maxwell House.
Bob, do I understand that this gentleman has nothing to do with the show at all?
Absolutely nothing.
Well, he's been giving orders like a second lieutenant. He's had me waiting for 10 minutes out there.
What's the idea, Benny? Keeping Maureen O'Sullivan out there cooling her heels.
O'Sullivan heels. That's a pip. Now, that's what you need on this program. Oh, that's dynamite.
That's not funny, Jack.
Bob, he's got Jack Conway standing around there, too.
Mr. Benny, how much longer do I have to wait? Just a minute, Mr. Conway.
Jack Conway. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the man who directed us in MGM's new picture, A Yank at Oxford. Jack, Maureen, I'm terribly sorry if you've come here under a misapprehension.
Oh, I don't mind, Bob. As a matter of fact, this is probably the best chance I'll ever have to pay a tribute to a man I've admired for a long time. He's one of the nicest people and the best directors in all entertainment world. Take a bow, Jack.
Well, thanks, Maureen. I really...
Sit down, Benny. She means Jack Conway.
Well, you've got to admit it was a natural mistake. Two Jakes here. By the way, Mr. Conway, if I may make a suggestion, I don't want to butt in or anything, but if I had anything to do with directing that picture, I would certainly have gone to England for the locale.
Hey, what's the matter with you? We were in England for 3 months.
Well, then you should have made the picture while you were there.
We did.
Well, then I'm right. You see, Bob, how I'm helping your program? I don't know what you fellas want, anyway.
Well, I don't know what you want, Bob, but I'd like to have everybody know how proud I am of the Yank at Oxford. I think you, Maureen, and Lionel Barrymore gave wonderful performances. In fact, I'm proud and grateful to everyone in the cast, especially those fine English players who helped us so much. It was a pleasure to work with all of you. The Yank at Oxford is the first picture to come from MGM's new studio in England, and I'm happy that I was the director chosen to make it. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Jack. There's nothing I can add to that. Thanks for coming up here, and thank you, too, Maureen. Jack! Jack, please go away, will you? Will you?
Oh, you're afraid you can't follow us, huh?
Play something, will you, Meredith? That was Meredith Wilson and his orchestra playing Cantai. We now present a drama especially written for this program by Dory Sherry entitled Epilogue to Love. The girl is played by Maureen O'Sullivan. Curtain, please, Ted.
So much has been written about love that sometimes we make the mistake of regarding it as a commonplace thing. Yet every day, love still inspires men and women to do noble and ignoble things, and they are reborn or destroyed. Now, Epilogue to Love. The scene is a hallway leading to a large room. Two men are walking to the room.
When we get to a room, I'll leave you alone. It'll be easier for you to talk.
All right, John. I don't know what to say to her.
Oh, you'll find the words. You see, Jim, she's so terribly depressed that I've taken this chance to get you here. It might save her. She has years of life ahead of her, if she wants it.
Is she badly hurt?
She's blind, Jim.
Blind?
Yes. That's why she doesn't want to live. But you can help her. You loved each other once. After you left, I think she married me on the rebound. Never has really loved me like I love her. If you can bring her back, I'll do the rest.
I'll try, John.
I know you will. Here we are. Mary.
Yes, John?
You have a visit? It's Jim Thomas.
Jim.
Hello, Mary.
I'll wait outside, Jim.
All right.
Jim. Say that again. Say, hello, Mary.
Hello, Mary.
Jim, darling.
You're as lovely as ever. Your hair is golden.
Jim, what awful thing took us apart?
Mary, let's talk of other things.
Yes. Other things, brighter things, perhaps, like... Oh, Jim, I can't see you. Do you know that I can't see you?
Let's not talk of that either.
When did you get back?
About 2 weeks ago.
I heard about you having been in that mine explosion. I was so frightened for you.
It was just a big scare. 2 scratches and a lost hat.
I was such a fool, Jim. I should have gone with you anywhere you said.
The part of the world I've been in is a man's world. Your life is here.
Life with no eyes. Oh, Jim, you don't know how terrible it is to be blind. To miss all the things that you take for granted. The early sun. The grey dusk. The light and shadows on a wall of books. The glistening of a window pane after a morning rain. The blue...
Here, you mustn't. You need every bit of courage, every bit of sanity.
But you don't know. There you are, darling, looking at me, seeing the colors in the room. Perhaps the sun is streaming in. I can't see you or the sun. Nothing. It's a world of black.
Mary, dear, listen. You'll find compensation. I believe that people do. All the nastiness, all the ugliness in life is away from you. You'll discover a part of your mind and soul that you never knew. You still can read, hear, smell, feel all the beauty in the world.
You say that, Jim, because you don't know. What beauty can there be with no light, no color?
There are many people there without sight who have found a beauty beyond the knowing of people who can see. A greater beauty of companionship. The beauty of self-sufficiency. And they can read and enjoy the same things with their fingers that they could with their eyes. They can hear and enjoy the same music. And over the air, they can hear the same things that make other people laugh and cry and thrill.
This part of my life that was you is gone. Gone forever.
That was long ago. And it isn't much of a life running to the four corners of the globe. Even now, I'm planning to go away again, this time to the desert. Some more interesting bones to pick and place in the history of man.
What's going to become of John and me? He knows how I feel about you. Our love is a ghost that comes back to haunt him.
He adores you, Mary. He'll give you everything he can. You've got to live for him. And for your son.
Oh, did you see my boy?
I met him downstairs. Fine-looking kid. Your hair and coloring, but his daddy's physique.
He's going to be a doctor, he says. This morning he told me he's going to study hard. And someday he's going to fix his mommy's eyes.
You'll get a lot from him, Mary. That's a love most people would envy.
Strange to think that someone could envy a blind person anything.
I'm sure they do. I knew a man once who saw his son fall off a cliff to a crushing, horrible kind of death. He wanted to tear his eyes out. He'd have done anything to wipe that vision from his mind.
You always were a practical soul, Jim. You could convince me of anything. Even now, for the first time in months, I'm beginning to feel alive again. I even smell the flowers in the room. What kind are they?
Ugly-looking blossoms. You see, you're getting a beauty I can't enjoy. I can't enjoy the scent nearly as much as you do because I see what they really are.
Oh, they're probably gorgeous red roses.
They are not.
Oh, Jim.
Okay, I'll have to be getting along now. I'll come back soon. But promise me, no more nonsense about yourself. You're going to get on, get well. You've got to.
Jim, darling, once I thought you'd taken everything from me. But today, coming here, you've given it all back. I'm so grateful.
I'm going to remember you as you are right now. Your face full of new hope. The sun glistening on your hair. Please, Mary, keep that way.
I promise.
Goodbye, Mary.
Goodbye, Jim. That's odd, isn't it, Jim? We opened a chapter today with you so simply saying, "Hello, Mary." And now it's closed with a simple, "Goodbye, Mary."
I hope it's a new chapter for you. Goodbye, Mary.
God bless you, Jim. You've done it.
Tell me, was the sun streaming on her hair?
It was.
Good guess. Remember your promise, John. She must never know that explosion left me blind.
She never will, Jim.
Before, 'tis a kind of grind of depression. My heart's acting strangely, it feels rather sore. At least it gives me that impression. My pulse is beating madly without any cause. Believe me, I'm turning ill fully. I'm gay without cause. Without cause, my spirits are truly unruly. Oh, I'm falling with someone again. I'm falling in love with someone
Friends, that was Alan Jones who just sang Victor Herbert's Falling in Love with Someone. And now I want to take long enough to explain again just why it is when you make drip coffee, you need a special grind of coffee to fit that particular method of coffee making. Now, I'm going to do it by means of a little quiz. Now, when you make coffee by the percolator or boiled method, the water is in pretty constant contact with the coffee, isn't it?
Yes, in a percolator or coffee pot, the water is in contact with the coffee constantly. Not once, but many times.
Right.
so there's plenty of time for the water to extract all the flavor of the coffee. But now, when you use the drip method, with drip pot or glass coffee maker.
Well, when you make coffee correctly in a drip pot or glass coffee maker, the water passes through the coffee only once.
Right again. Do you realize what that means?
Well, I should say the coffee used in the drip method must therefore be ground finer, so that all the flavor and goodness of the coffee is extracted quickly.
Exactly. And for that reason, because we know that the same grind cannot be expected to give the best cup of coffee by coffee-making methods so different in principle, we offer Maxwell House in a separate grind that is always just right for each method. The regular grind Maxwell House for percolator or boiled coffee, the special drip grind for glass coffee maker or drip pot. Yes, that's one of the secrets of making better coffee every time. Buy the right grind of Maxwell House for your particular method of coffee making. Then you'll be sure to make coffee that's rich and mellow, full-bodied, unvarying in flavor, coffee that's always good to the last drop. And don't forget, you can now buy Maxwell House coffee everywhere, packed not only in the 1-pound can, but in 2-pound cans as well. You'll find increased convenience and added economy in buying the 2-pound can.
And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Say, Bob.
Yes, what is it, Meredith?
You won't have to worry about Jack Benny anymore. I got rid of him, but good.
You did? But how?
Well, he wanted to meet Myrna Loy, so I sent him over to the little dressing room in the corner of stage 30.
But that's Fanny Bryce's dressing room.
You're telling me.
I saw you last night, and I'm in the mood, fellow. Oh, Mozette.
Yes, Miss Bryce?
Tonight I'm expecting nobody. I'm strictly relaxing. One must rest the bones, ain't it? Quick, Mozette, the door. Ask the name first. If it's a man, ask the name later.
Oh, Miss Loy. Oh, Myrna.
Well, blow me down and shiver my timbers if it ain't Jack Benny.
Well, either I'm in the wrong dressing room or Miss Loy has been seeing too much of Schlepperman. Pardon me, I thought this was Myrna Loy's dressing room.
But what she got that I ain't got?
Well, she...
Don't tell me. Won't you sit down, I hope?
Look, I'll be back later. I must see Myrna Loy before she gets away. I want her for my leading lady in my next picture. I imagine she'll be quite thrilled.
Why not? I saw you in your last picture, artists and models, and now you are Casanova. Vive la France!
Well, yeah, I thought I was at my best in that picture.
Was that your best?
Well, I might have sliced a little.
A little tight.
Look, yes, think so. But look at Bob Taylor. Look. Bob Taylor gave me a couple of pointers last Sunday, which didn't hurt any.
Now you're talking my language. You know, Mr. Benny, it's a very peculiar thing, but you appeal to me. I've got here a scene for my next picture. Would you mind running over with me a few lines?
No, look, later, not now.
All right.
Well, I'll tell you what, wait a minute. Or, after all, that's what I'm here for, to help everybody. Jack Pollyanna Benny.
Yeah.
Besides, the practice will do me good.
Wouldn't hurt me neither. Now, in this scene, you play the part of D'Artagnan, one of the 3 Musketeers. You know, old for 1 and 3 for 5.
Well, I like that, I think. That'll be... What part do you play?
I am your sweetheart, a ravishing, beautiful queen of Italy.
You look more like Dolores Del Schmutz.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're very comical.
Now, look.
You're sweetly tender. Go on, Kitty.
Now, look, Schlep. Or Fanny, look. D'Artagnan's queen was the Queen of France.
France, Italy. What's the difference so long as she's a citizen? Go ahead, read the first line.
The first line.
Yeah.
Right from here. Just the way it's
right
written.
Yeah, naturally.
I can't read backwards very well. I can't. Well, you know what Alan said once?
What?
Anything we make up will be funnier than this.
You're telling me.
All right, right from this line, huh?
Yeah, go on.
Okay.
Go on.
My queen. My queen. Come fly with me.
Come fly with you. I'm of royal blood, not pigeon.
Do not say that! Remember, you loved me when I won the Battle of Orange.
Now you got 5 to go.
5 to go?
Yes.
Strawberry. Oh, yes. See, Don Wilson will love you for that.
You think so?
Yeah.
And now comes the big love scene. You crush me in your arms like a little pushy willow. And then, come on, take me on. Mary's up. It's okay.
Huh?
Mary's not looking.
Okay.
Wait.
Well, how?
How, yes. Look, first you put your arms around me. One arm, like this.
If Fred Allen is listening, I'll die.
Then you put the other arm around me like this.
Like this?
Like that. Now you're holding me close. Closer. I can still breathe. Now look me in the eye.
Which one?
The good one. This is no time for technicalities. Now you got your 2 arms around me.
Well, what do I do next?
Send for Phil Harris.
Fine thing. I'm going to look for Myrna Law.
And now we come to the MGM Concert Hall. Meredith, what have we for the concert hall tonight? Or has Jack Benny canceled it altogether?
No, Bob. He decided to let it stand approximately as we had it. We're continuing with famous melodies that everyone knows and loves. And tonight's selection is Fosselli's Serenade.
gentlemen, next week we'll have another nice program, as Jack Benny calls it.
Yes, if you'll just follow my instructions.
Quiet, Jack. As I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, you'll hear Louise Reiner, Warren William, Melvin Douglas, Virginia Bruce, Connie Boswell, Douglas McPhail, plus the Good News regulars, Frank Morgan and Fanny Bryce. Your ticket of admission is just your loyalty to Maxwell House Coffee. So be sure you listen in again next Thursday. And in the meantime, go to the movies and enjoy yourself. Well, Jack, it was grand having you here. Really our privilege.
Well, I hope I've helped you.
Yes, I think it was smart of us to ignore you, don't you?
That was the last insult on the 16th program of the Good News of 1938 series. And I will be back on my own program next Sunday where I'm loved. Good night, Bob. Good night, folks. The last time I'll ever come over to help anybody, believe me.
Always and Always is from the Joan Crawford Spencer Tracy picture Mannequin. Thanks for the Memory is from the big broadcast of 1938. This is Ted Pearson saying good night and good luck for the makers of Maxwell House, the coffee that always drips to the last drop. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Dennis Day. Dennis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream, the cream shampoo for true hair loveliness. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Heiler, B. Benadera, Dink Trout, John Brown, Charles Dant and the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing The Old Chaperone.
A handsome young man met a pretty young maid, andando in old Barcelona. Andando means walking, and he had an old chaperone, a crone. Yes, she had an old chaperone. Maria, the girl, noticed Pedro, the boy, a winking right there in the calle. Now, calle means street, and no one can make love in these streets with an old chaperone, a crone. No, not with an old chaperone. The old chaperone was her tia, and tia means auntie in Spain. She may have an aunt to Maria, but to Pedro she was a big pain. Oh, Pedro just smiled at Maria, the maid. The aunties, they sparkle and show home. The aunties means teeth, and that's just where he'd like to have kicked the old chaperone, the crone, the bothersome old chaperone. Why don't you go away, said the old chaperone. You're fluttering like a paloma. Now, paloma's a bird, and that's just what he gave her. And then he cried in an anguished tone, I hate you, you old chaperone. And then came the day of fiesta. Fiesta! Fiesta! The people all roared. Olé! It sounded so much like fiesta. The auntie just stayed home and snored. While auntie was dreaming, the lovers were beaming. They danced and they sang in the plaza. Now, plaza means square, but nobody there was as square as the old chaperone. for she left the two lovers alone. They respectfully thanked the old crone. They said, gracias, old chaperone. Ole!
A very special tip on hair appeal, girls, from famous beauty authority KIBM. Lovely hair shining with natural highlights and shadows, sparkling with silken softness, inviting with clean fragrance. That's the natural hair appeal that men prefer. And now such natural hair appeal can be yours with one touch of magic, Luster Cream Shampoo. Not a soap, not a liquid. Luster Cream Shampoo is an amazing new dainty cream that whips up like magic in hard or soft water into a mild, gentle lather that sweeps dullness away. Out of her wealth of cosmetic lore, KIBM blended gentle lanolin with special secret ingredients to achieve this delightful new cream that leaves your hair so easy to manage, so soft and shining with the natural appeal that men love. Ask for the economical dollar jar of Luster Cream Shampoo at your cosmetic counter. Also 30-cent and 55-cent sizes. Discover the secret that women and girls of all ages are learning everywhere. There's a world of glamour in each dainty jar of Luster Cream, the cream shampoo for true hair loveliness. Well, it's breakfast time as we look in now at the Anderson boarding house in Weaverville, where our young hero, Dennis Day, rooms. So far, Mr. and Mrs. Anderson are the only ones at the table, and, as usual, Mrs. Anderson is laying down the law to her cuter half in no uncertain terms.
Something's got to be done, Herbert. Do you understand me?
Yes, Snuggle Buddy.
Mildred's almost 22 years old. She should have been married long ago, like every other girl in this town.
But she's practically engaged, Poopsie. And I'm sure that the very day Dennis is making enough money to support a wife.
Dennis? Yes, I can picture it now. How happy Mildred will be as they wheel her to the altar.
Well, now, it may not take as long as you think. Didn't Mr. Willoughby promise to give Dennis a raise as soon as he becomes a help in the business?
Exactly. You see how hopeless it is?
Well, the boy just hasn't found himself, that's all, Poopsie. Well, now, it's the truth. Maybe if we stopped criticizing him and helped him plan his future, he'd...
Morning, Mrs. Anderson. Mr. Anderson. Is something wrong? You look kind of depressed.
We were discussing you.
Oh, I see.
Dennis, my boy, have you ever tried to find yourself?
Why, no, sir. I always know where I am.
I was referring to your future, son.
My future?
You may as well know right now that we don't like long engagements in this family, Dennis. If you and Mildred want to be married in the near future, it's up to you to make something of yourself.
Yes, ma'am. Can you suggest something I could make?
No, I can't think of a single thing.
We're just trying to put you on the right track, my boy. You've got confidence in yourself, haven't you?
No, sir.
Well, at least you can go to your boss and tell him that you've got to have a chance for advancement or else, can't you?
No, sir.
Dennis, where's your courage?
Same place as my confidence.
Oh, it's hopeless, Herbert, hopeless. Come along.
Now, wait, dear.
Wait nothing. There are some men in this world who are really men, who can do a man's job. There are others who are incapable of it.
But, dear...
I said, come along, Herbert. You still have the upstairs to clean and the ironing to do.
Very well, Lotus Leaf.
Morning, Mother. Daddy.
Good morning, Mildred. Come along, Herbert.
Were you and the folks having a talk, Dennis?
Yeah. Your mother has finally come to the conclusion that I couldn't possibly be a success at anything I tried.
Why, where on earth did you get such a crazy idea?
I think it was from observing me constantly at close range.
Well, of all the nonsense. Don't you believe it, Dennis? They said things like that about all great men.
Honest?
Of course. They said Thomas Edison would never amount to anything, didn't they? And one day he invented the electric light. You can do the same thing.
Wouldn't it be kind of silly when you can buy them so cheap?
That isn't what I mean. All you need is a little nerve. Like going to your boss, Mr. Willoughby, and telling him off good.
Oh, golly, Mildred.
Dennis, say, if you don't find the courage to do it this very day, I'll never speak to you again.
Mildred, you don't mean that.
I certainly do.
Well, I'll try. But don't be surprised if I come home tonight and hand you a book on sign language.
Dennis, is that... Why, John McNulty. How are you, John?
Oh, pretty good, Willoughby.
What are you doing down here, John? I thought you'd be up at the state capitol, getting your party's election campaign started.
Well, the race for mayor in this town looks a little tricky this year, Willoughby, so I came down to take charge. Our boy, Honest Jim, wants to be reelected, you know. He's still making payments on his yacht.
John, how do you explain to the voters that the mayor can buy a $20,000 yacht on an $800 a year salary?
We tell him he's very thrifty.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah. But you see, there's two strong parties this year. The Free Independent Citizens Liberty Party, that's us crooks, and the Reform Party.
Uh-huh.
The Reform parties come out for lower taxes, better roads, higher pay for teachers, that sort of thing.
Radicals, huh?
Yeah. Our boy, Honest Jim, may have a little trouble this year. Personally, I'd like to chuck the whole thing up and retire to my toll bridge. But it's for the good of the party.
Well, you might be able to beat the Reform Party if you could split their vote.
Split their vote? How?
By running an independent candidate. A dummy. He'll take votes away from the Reform Party, and Honest Jim will walk in on your machine vote.
Say, that's great. Oh, but where could we find a guy stupid enough to run for us? Fella dopey enough to think he has a chance. A man so innocent that we can twist him around.
Good morning, Mr. Willoughby.
Hey.
Short search, wasn't it?
I beg your pardon, gentlemen?
No, it's no good, Willoughby. I'm afraid he won't do.
Oh, now, wait. You said you needed a man with certain qualifications. Well, Dennis
That's
here...
obvious, but there's a point where even the voters will draw the line.
I beg your pardon, gentlemen?
He could be built up with publicity, couldn't he?
Well, anything's possible, of course.
I guess two's company and three's a crowd. Goodbye.
Dennis, come back here. Now, listen, my boy. I've always told you could go somewhere, haven't I?
Well, never in such a quiet voice before.
Well, my boy, I've got a proposition that's going to floor you. How would you like to be the mayor of Wheelerville?
Mr. Willoughby, have you been browsing around among the medicinal alcohol again?
Dennis, I'm serious.
Quick, how many fingers am I holding up?
You stop that. McNulty, your troubles are over. This is your candidate for mayor right here.
I think you're right, Willoughby.
Gosh, they're both loaded.
Now, let's look at this boy and see what he's got for politics.
Well, he's a war veteran, honest as the day is long, not a black mark on his record.
That doesn't mean a thing, Willoughby.
He sings and plays the banjo.
Now we're getting somewhere. My boy, go home and put on your best suit. You're calling on Senator Tom Harrington down at the hotel.
Senator Harrington? But doesn't he usually support the Reform Party candidate?
Well, that's just it. If we can get him to endorse Dennis this time, we've started the split.
But if we want him to endorse Dennis, isn't it dangerous to let him see Dennis?
All Dennis has to do is agree with everything the senator says. The senator will love him.
I see. All right, Dennis, get going.
Gee, you're serious about this, then? You really want me to run for mayor?
Of course we do, my boy.
Gosh, Mr. Willoughby, this is the happiest day of my whole life. And if I'm elected, I promise you'll never regret it. I promise I'll make Weaverville a town to be proud of. I promise I'll... Gee, isn't it wonderful? I sound like a candidate already. Mildred!
Why, Dennis, what are you doing home so early?
Oh, Mildred, I got the most wonderful news. Remember how your mother said there was absolutely nothing I was equipped to do?
So?
So I've decided to become a politician.
A politician?
Yeah, I'm running for mayor.
Mayor? Dennis, have you gone crazy? How could you possibly...
Dennis!
Oh, so you don't believe me, Mildred? Well, here's my campaign manager, Mr. Willoughby.
Dennis, you didn't take that seriously about running for mayor, did you? Don't you know who that man was in my store? Boss McNulty.
Boss McNulty? Why, he's the crookedest politician in the state.
Sure. I thought up that scheme to run those thieves out of town.
Huh?
McNulty doesn't want you to become mayor, Dennis. He's got his own candidate. Honest Jim Doan.
Well, that's a fine thing. And I was supposed to see this Senator Harrington this afternoon and get his endorsement. Well, I won't go.
Oh, yes, you will.
We've changed my mind.
I don't get it either.
Don't you see? If Dennis insults this senator and ridicules all his policies, he'll come out for the reform candidate, the man McNulty's really afraid of.
Gosh, Mildred, I gotta hand it to you. That head of yours is so heavy with brains, it's a wonder you can keep your neck up.
Thank you, Dennis.
Mildred's right, Dennis. McNulty is beaten if you can get the senator really mad at you. You think you can?
Are you kidding? People get mad at me when I'm not trying. When I am, I'll be sheer murder.
Dennis Day, did you say the name was?
That's right, Senator. Candidate for mayor on the independent ticket.
Ah, I see. Question of endorsement. Well, frankly, Day, I lean a little toward the Reform Party.
Good, I'll give you a push.
You mean you don't want my endorsement?
I got enough handicaps now, pal. Look at your policies.
What about my policies?
What about them? There.
Oh, just a minute. Haven't I taken a firm stand on the slum problem, on the various...
The slum problem? What have you done about it? You've been in office 6 years and you haven't put up a single slum.
Now, see here.
And aren't you the author of a bill to help juvenile delinquency?
I am.
How about that? Don't you think it's growing fast enough without any help from you?
Now, you listen here.
Policies. There.
Is that all? Are you through?
It all depends. What do you think of me?
Well, you're certainly outspoken. As a matter of fact, I rather like you.
Then I'm not through.
You're not?
No. For instance, you say you always fight for minority groups.
I do?
I'm laughing.
I defy you to name one minority group I haven't fought for.
Millionaires.
Millionaires?
And then you have the nerve to come out in favor of crime prevention. Why, you ought to be ashamed.
Being in favor of crime prevention is bad?
You know what a thing like that can lead to, don't you?
What?
Unemployed policemen.
Oh, stop!
Had enough? Do you hate me?
Well, no, of course not. But
Then you haven't had enough.
Enough what?
Oh, so now you're getting nosy, asking questions. The big senator. How many subcommittees are you on?
Why, 5 or 6.
5 or 6? One senator? No wonder we have more subcommittees than we have subs.
Day, that's very funny.
Oh, it was nothing, really.
Oh, you have a capital sense of humor. And to think that at first I thought you were serious.
We couldn't return to that mood, huh?
My boy, you certainly have a novel approach. Why, you've got the Reform Party candidate lashed to the mast. I'll be proud to endorse you for mayor.
But, Senator, you don't understand. I hate you. I hate your policies. Get mad, Senator.
By Jove, you're a card. And I think you'll make a darn good mayor, too. Goodbye, my boy.
No, Senator, no.
Goodbye.
Good gosh, now what have I done? That's what I get for being tricky. Why didn't I just act normal and let him feel for me what came naturally?
But I keep telling you I don't know where Mr. Day is.
Look, lady, we go to press in an hour, and I want an interview.
But it's ridiculous. Mr. Day isn't running for mayor.
Don't kid me. We got the tip right from John McNulty.
I can't help what, Miss... Oh, Dennis, at last, tell this man you're not running for mayor.
I can't.
What?
We've got some pretty peculiar men running this country, Mildred. The senator likes me.
Dennis, Dennis, come into the den. Excuse us a minute, please, mister. Now, what is all this?
Well, it's just like I said. The senator's going to endorse me. I came up with all kinds of silly ideas, but they had no effect.
But how could a man like the senator fail to recognize silly ideas when he heard them?
I don't know. I guess he's been in Washington too long.
Oh, Dennis, this is awful. That reporter wants a story from you, and once it's in the paper, you... Wait a minute.
You've got another idea, I can tell. That scared feeling is coming over me again.
Look, all you have to do is tell that reporter your platform.
Where does that get me?
Oh, right out of the race if you make it bad enough. Just tell him anything you can think of that's bad government. He'll print it, and that's the end of you for mayor.
Hey, maybe you're right. I'll get right to work on it. You wanted to see me, son?
Yeah, Mr. Day, I'm from the Bugle. I came for an interview. Can we have your platform for mayor?
You bet, son. First thing I'm going to do is open up the town.
I beg pardon?
I say this town's going to be wide open. Lotto, bingo, screeno, penny matching, all foul vices like that.
Oh, you don't say.
Yep. Next, I promise to close all the schools. That ought to swing the kid vote my way 100%.
It's not bad. Of course, the kids can't vote.
Mere technical triviality.
I'm putting it down in your very own words here.
Fine.
Of course, I may ask you to initial it later. My editor thinks I drink.
Well, if you don't, you better learn how. Know what we're going to have in all the public drinking fountains when I'm mayor?
What?
Bourbon.
Bourbon in the drinking fountain.
Sure. A lot of our brave boys missed the lush war years, didn't they? Well, we're going to have a lush peacetime.
Hold the paper for me, will you? I'm starting to shake a little.
Glad to, son.
You know something, boy? You might be just screwy enough to get elected.
Don't say that.
Sure. Honest Jim and the reform candidates are, well, they're both dull as dishwater. With them cutting each other's throats, a screwball like you has a wonderful chance.
Gosh, your paper isn't going to support me, is it?
No. And that's another sign in your favor.
Huh?
Oh, sure. My paper has a perfect record. We came out against George Washington, and we've been hitting them that good ever since. Well,
Mildred, I need you.
I know, I heard.
What am I going to do? Every time I open my mouth, the votes pour in.
Dennis, I've made up my mind. There's only one solution.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Come on, then. Let's go.
Okay. Hey, wait a minute. What's the solution?
Why, we're going to win the election, silly. Oh, I'm sorry I didn't tell you, did I?
No, and I was kind of interested. Win the election? Me?
Certainly. The only one who can beat you is Mr. McNulty's candidate. Mr. McNulty pulled a dirty trick on you, didn't he? Well, we'll pull a dirtier one on him.
Atta girl. What do we do?
Suppose we manage to get a picture of Mr. McNulty threatening you with a gun in his hand.
With a gun in his hand?
Yes.
This is a dirty trick on Mr. McNulty?
Well, yes. When the picture appears, he'll be out of the race.
Suppose he decided to pull the trigger. It'll be a dead heat.
The gun will be empty, silly. You'll have it in your pocket. Then you'll pick a fight with him and let him take the gun away from you.
And then what?
I'll have that reporter outside the door with a camera. And as soon as we hear you say you wouldn't dare, we burst in and snap the picture.
Holy smoke. I wouldn't have your mind for anything. You wouldn't dare as the cue, huh?
Yes. We'll get Daddy's old revolver out of his drawer. Oh, we can't miss, Dennis, and you'll be the next mayor. Will you do it?
I suppose so. But you know something, Mildred? The only difference between my life and the perils of Pauline is that Pauline was all sure of being around for the next episode.
Yeah, you're right, Jim. The kid's too strong with the press and the senator behind him. Yeah, let him be mayor for a year and hang himself. Next year we'll be so strong they'll never get us out. Okay, Jim, that's it then. We'll withdraw. Yeah. So long, Jim. Come in. Oh, hello, Day.
McNulty, I got news for you. I'm going out to win that election and make laughing stocks out of you and your stooge.
Oh? Well, more power to you, my boy. Good luck.
Oh, yeah? You and who else?
you hear me? I said, good luck, my boy.
Come outside and say that.
Dave, you gone crazy?
Oh, you want to fight, huh? Get your hands up in front of your face and keep them there. I'm going to hit you right in the stomach.
What's the matter with you? Didn't you hear what I said? I wished you all.
I heard what you said, you rat. Take that. I'm done.
Take what?
I don't know, but that's what they always say. Didn't you hear me call you a rat? If a fellow said that to me, I'd shoot him.
You would?
Yes, sirree. I'd take out my gun and shoot him.
Well, I don't have a gun.
Just so happens that I have.
What?
Here, why don't you grapple with me and take it away?
Don't be silly.
Go ahead. I grapple easy.
Put that thing down, Dave.
Oh, come on, old man. Let's play the game.
Stop, will you?
I dare you to take it away from me. I double dare you. You wouldn't dare.
Hold it.
Hey, wait a minute. He's supposed to be holding the gun, not me.
Oh, Dennis.
Oh, boy, what a shot. Boy, candidate threatens rival political boss. Wow, thanks, pal.
Well, I didn't think you could lose this election, son, but it looks like you figured out a way.
Yeah, that's me. Lucky mornings and normal afternoons.
Oh, it wasn't your fault, Dennis.
Well, it looks like we've got a cinch now. Our boy, Honest Jim, will walk in.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'll fix him. He won't have a chance.
And just how do you intend to beat him?
He can't possibly win. I'm going out and campaign for him.
Dennis Day will be back in just a moment with a song. But first, here's a fact worth knowing.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
And just how important that is, our Colgate players are about to demonstrate. Scene, a picnic. But it's no picnic for our hero. Listen.
Jeepers, Janie. Every time I try to warm up to you lately, I get the cold shoulder. What gives, anyway?
You mean you definitely don't know, Joe?
Oh, Jenny, I haven't even got the makings of an idea.
That's the trouble with your trouble, Joe. Ask your dentist, won't you? Please.
And here's what Joe found out.
Scientific tests prove that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And Colgate's safe polishing agent brings out the natural sparkle of your teeth, cleans them thoroughly and safely.
Yes, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
And Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over other brands tested.
So, to clean your teeth thoroughly and safely, for a wake-up flavor everyone enjoys, use Colgate Dental Cream. Remember, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. With Charles Dant and the orchestra, here's Dennis to sing That's My Desire.
Spend one night with you in our old rendezvous and reminisce with you. That's my desire, to meet where gypsies play down in that dim cafe, and dance till break of day. That's my desire. We'll sip a little glass of wine. I'll gaze into your eyes divine. I'll feel the touch of your
tune in to another Dentist Day Show brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth, and Luster Cream Shampoo, the cream shampoo for true hair loveliness.
Remember, doctors prove the Palmolive plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days. And this beauty plan with Palmolive soap was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, 36 doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive plan improves all types of skin. Brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive plan now.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the largest selling beer in America. No wonder it's the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
If you like good beer, you'll find it pays to be curious and learn about Schlitz for yourself. And now, The Halls of Ivy.
That surround us here today.
Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. It's that period of watchful waiting which happens every spring between Easter vacation and final exams. Dr. William Todhunter Hall, president of Ivy, spends his days now in careful consideration of possible results of year-end fatigue. His wife, the former Victoria Cromwell of the London stage, is listening now as he says,
And it's true every year, Vicky. From the moment they come back after the Easter holiday, anything can happen. And 9 out of 10 times does. It's the annual silly season.
Well, I refuse to worry about it, Toddy. Your ability to handle the youthful mind always thrills me.
If it were only the youthful mind. This epidemic of spring strikes almost everyone. Age confers no immunity. Even the faculty begins to organize ukulele clubs. And the Board of Governors are forming themselves into a scouting troop, which they're calling the Ivy Beavers and Bruisers.
Whatever did they do?
Who knows? Beef and bruise, I suppose. The youngest member is 58. Last weekend, they all slept under the stars at Schultz's Grove in Pupton.
It rained on Saturday night.
Cats and dogs.
Were they communing with nature?
Yes, but apparently nature didn't commune back. None of them has been able to get out of bed since. These disciples of Tarzan have learned, I imagine, that aping an ape man is not to be monkeyed with.
I suppose they had to call off their Tuesday meeting.
Yes, each one now is nursing his cold and dreaming up deviltry for me.
Oh, I think you're just imagining things, Toddy. Don't forget it's getting close to the end of the year for you, too. You're tired.
I hope you're right, but until the first day of exams is over, I won't be able to hear a telephone ring without...
Without what?
Without answering it, I guess, with great fear and trembling, and the sincere hope that it's the wrong number. Excuse me. Dr. Hall speaking. Mr. Wellman. Yes, I expect to be, but... No, I'll be here. All right. Goodbye.
Spring is here.
And busting out all over. He's livid.
When isn't he?
Very proper question. He probably means to prove that I personally turned on the rain Saturday night. Then bribed all the town doctors to prescribe arsenic in generous doses. Why didn't I think of that?
Why does Mr. Wellman go to such lengths to carry on this great feud with you, Toddy? He doesn't really dislike us so much.
Well, to be quite fair to our chairman of the board, Vicky, I don't think he could answer that question himself. Mr. Wellman is deeply and sincerely interested in this college and everything that happens here.
Well, so are you. You're also qualified to do the things that need to be done and do them much better than anyone else.
Oh, thank you, my darling. But my business, however, is education. Mr. Wellman's is soup.
On him, it looks good. I can close my eyes now and see him peering through the noodles.
Well, as the saying goes, let him wear them in good health. At any rate, in or out of soup, he is devoting his fortune and the rest of his life to Ivy. And for that, if nothing else, he has my qualified admiration.
Wellman is an absolute devil, and you know it. He's out for your hide. And mine, too, for that matter.
Well, Vicky, he can have mine. It's a rather tired, very battered old hide. Scarred by the marks of whip and spur, but yours, that is another matter. And if there is ever any move made in the direction of your lovely epidermis, well, Mr. Wellman will discover why they used to call me Wildcat Hall. The tiger of the tap room. Well, personally...
Yeah, that's probably Soup Face now.
I'll be sorry.
Mrs. Hall.
Yes, Alice.
There's a salty-looking character here. A nasty old job. Looks like a top sergeant just busted to corporal.
Did he give you his name?
Well, not till I made him sound off. He just wants to talk to the top brass. Name's Wellman. He ought to be pensioned by now.
Well, ask him to come in, Alice.
Okay, but you're wasting your time, Colonel.
I do wish he'd stop calling me Colonel. Makes me feel like going out and munching some blue grass. Mr. Wellman.
Dr. Hall?
How do you do, Mr. Wellman?
I'm not doing well at all, Mrs. Hall.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
Furthermore, as it is entirely due to your most recent interference in college affairs, I shall come straight to the point.
Just a moment. Not that straight, Mr. Wellman, if you please. This lady is my wife. You will remember that.
I do, Dr. Hall. It is not my desire to be disrespectful, but I am a man of few words. I do not propose to shilly-shally.
Well, would you mind telling me what I've done?
It has come to my attention, Mrs. Hall, that you are using your influence to persuade certain students to take up a career such as yours has been.
Me? Persuading students? What, you mean to go on the stage? Oh, how ridiculous.
I shall have to ask you to be more specific, Mr. Wellman. It has come to your attention. Through whom? And who are certain students?
I am not at liberty to mention names at this moment.
Then you have grossly overstepped your authority to have mentioned this at all. I shall take it up with the board at once.
You will take it up. I will take it up, Doctor, tomorrow at a special session.
You apparently don't question the truth of this accusation at all, do you, Mr. Wellman?
Hardly. The source is beyond reproach.
And I take it that is more than you can say for Mrs. Hall or myself.
I have a high regard for you, Dr. Hall, and Mrs. Hall, professionally. I have never believed, however, that your two professions could be fused. My argument this time has, I think, been proved.
You firmly established, then, that I'm a menace to Ivy.
That, Mrs. Hall, is a rather extreme way of stating it, but I must admit...
Mr. Wellman.
What is it?
You've gone pretty far with me before. I've tried to be fair, to be understanding. May I offer you a word of advice?
Pray do.
You had better be right this time.
Good day, Dr. Hall.
Good day. Pompous, fatuous, self-righteous ass.
Brilliant.
What the devil's he talking about anyway?
And the foggiest idea. Does it worry you, darling?
Oh, how could it worry me? I know how you behave with students. You're wonderful with them, and any influence you ever used has done them good.
Hey, Colonel.
Oh, what? Oh, me, yes. It's you. What is it?
Well, I heard that old buzzard screaming in here, so I give his orders a little frisk.
You did what?
I cased his effects and sifted his knapsack.
Alice.
Yes, ma'am.
At ease.
Oh, thank you, ma'am.
Now, what are you saying?
I lifted some papers. Thought we might go through them before tap, get the case broken by reveille, and go into the court-martial with our heads up and tails over the dashboard.
Stole some papers?
Ma'am, in the armed forces, we call it liberating.
But, Alice, this is criminal.
My orders came straight from the upper echelon. Brass hat called Merriweather phoned while you were busy.
Merriweather?
Yep, gave me my orders, told me just where the papers were, told me to snatch them. He's phoning you later, so read them, Colonel. Go ahead, read them.
Certainly not.
Well, I will. I'm the prisoner anyway. I see. What's this? Oh, look, Toddy.
Victoria, you must not go through Mr. Wellman's private correspondence. Dull though it probably is.
Why not? He's making a business of going through my private life. Here, this envelope's marked in pencil. Case of Betty Garnett, Victoria Hall. Betty Garnett? My gosh!
That's the first time I ever heard you say my gosh, Victoria. Now, if you can only learn to follow batting averages and chew gum...
Oh!
What's the matter?
I don't have to read Mr. Wellman's mail. I know now.
Well, tell me.
Betty Garnett is the most talented youngster in this school. Theatrically, that is. She was the toast of the Junior Follies. You know about that. But what you don't know is that I wrote her mother a letter.
Did you? Why?
Because I thought she was wonderful. I sat down and poured out all my enthusiasm about her to the one person who ought to love it, her mother. But I certainly didn't suggest that she had run away from school and joined a burlesque company or something.
No, of course you didn't. Writing her mother was a fine thing to do. I'm just trying to think why the name of Garnett rings such a bell with me. Garnett. Anyway, I can't understand why there should be such a fuss about a highly complimentary letter to a parent.
Oh, I can.
What, you mean that simply because you were an actress and the letter came from you
Exactly. I'm an actress, or was, so anything from me is sinful and sinister.
Oh. Now, can anyone be that narrow in this enlightened age?
If this age is enlightened, Toddy, there's a certain dim-boweled named Wellman who...
I'll get it. Dr. Hall speaking.
Doctor Merriweather.
Oh, hello, Mr. Merriweather.
Yeah, I'll make this brief, Doctor. I told that military gargoyle of yours to swipe those papers because I think this whole thing is absurd. Tempest in a crackpot. And you know who I mean.
I do indeed.
Yeah, I wanted you to be prepared, Doctor. Mrs. Garnett will be here tomorrow for the meeting. You know the type. Thin-lipped and thick-headed. Demanding that Mrs. Hall be forbidden further contact with the students.
What? Forbid my wife to...
That's what her letter said. Being as how she contributed more than $250,000 to the school in the last 2 years, the governors think she's a highly cultured lady.
What do you think?
I think she's an eagle-beak cool.
I shall insist on having Mrs. Hall's letter read at the meeting.
No, you won't have to insist, Doctor. There's a man who can hardly wait to read it. He's rehearsing already. With gestures. Gestures like cutting a throat.
I know the man you mean, Mr. Merriweather. My jugular vein is his favorite target.
He's a little more determined than usual this time.
Oh, why?
Well, nepotism raises its curly little head here, Doctor. You see, Mrs. Garnett's maiden name was Wellman. She's his sister. And what do you say to that?
Oh, brother.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the largest selling beer in America. No wonder it's the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
We'll return to the Halls of Ivy starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colvin in just a moment. But first, let's hear one man's story of how 3 old friends got together and made up for lost time.
Roger Sloan and I used to work at the same outfit. As salesmen, we split the Illinois territory between us, and as beer drinkers, we shared a taste for Schlitz. That was 10 years ago, and a lot can happen in 10 years. Raj got transferred, I got married, and one way or another, we kind of lost track. And then, bingo, out of a clear sky, the phone rang. And sure enough, it was old Raj telling me he was in town for a couple of hours, and could I meet him after work? You bet I could. I cleared up a few odds and ends on the desk and checked the clock, grabbed my hat, and took off. As I walked into the bar, I spotted him sitting near the door. He hadn't changed much. Well, a little chunkier maybe, but aren't we all? He had a bottle of Schlitz beer in front of him, and it seemed like old times. The same guy, the same brand of beer. I thought about how long it had been since I'd tasted Schlitz, and wondered if it was still as good as ever. Just then, Raj looked up and recognized me. And after we got through pounding each other on the back, he ordered a bottle of Schlitz for me. I had myself one of those long, deep swallows, and believe me, it was almost as good to taste Schlitz beer again as it was to see my old buddy once more. They tell me Schlitz is the largest selling beer in America. Well, it's no surprise to me. I said it in the old days, and I say it now. No wonder Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
That surround us here today.
A very serious meeting of the Board of Governors is drawing to a close. Dr. Hall has been harried and beset for 2 long hours for the sniping of Mr. Wellman and the snobbery of Mrs. Garnett. The president of Ivy is speaking.
And in conclusion, Mrs. Garnett and gentlemen, may I say this? Having heard Mrs. Hall's letter, and forgetting for the moment that she's my wife, I think we're fortunate indeed to have such warmth, such understanding, quite by accident, on this campus. If my recognition of her virtues could be called an accident. Remembering again that she is my wife, my pride in her knows no bounds. Mrs. Garnett and members of the board, a college such as Ivy is made up of more than bricks, mortar, and books. There are elements even more important than what we call learning. It is our tradition to furnish proper equipment for life. And whether we do it with textbooks, songs, good talk, or simple understanding of our fellows, doesn't matter. Mrs. Hall has been an invaluable contributor. Victoria!
Oh, Toddy. Was it awful for you?
It was magnificent for me. Thank you, my darling, for giving me the opportunity to say out loud so many things that, had they stayed inside me any longer, would have turned into cute little ulcers.
What's going to happen?
I have invited Mrs. Garnett to tea with her brother.
Oh, no. What kind of tea shall we serve? Hemlock?
I don't look forward to it either, my dear. But I thought it highly unfair that you shouldn't get a crack at her, too. As long as she's here.
Well, I could have lived without it.
Oh, I know. But one can't let a person go about the world accusing other persons of one thing or another. Just because one knows only one class of person. I mean, can one?
Would you mind repeating the question?
Yes, darling, I would. But we'll give Mrs. Garnett an abridged 4-year course in world understanding over 1 cup of tea. Lots of sugar.
All right, Toddy. I'll do the very best I can.
Oh, you don't have to do anything. Did anyone call while I was out?
Yes, and strangely enough, Betty Garnett. She asked if she could see me this afternoon, and not knowing of these plans of yours, I said yes.
Well, let her come. It'll be a nice surprise for her.
Hey, Colonel.
Oh, yes. Me. Well, what is it, Alice?
The old buzzard's back. Got a vulture with him.
Alice, you simply must control your powers of description. I cannot permit you to talk like this.
Oh, sorry, sir. Mrs. Garnett and Mr. Wellman to see you, sir.
That's better. Less accurate, perhaps, but more courteous. Ask them to come in, will you?
Yes, sir. At your work. She drives you crazy, darling.
No, she only frightens me. I rather suspect that the whole household has taken on a new color since her arrival. A sort of a lurid khaki. You know, she makes me... Mrs. Garnett. Mr. Wellman.
Dr. Hall?
Victoria, may I present Mrs. Garnett?
How do you do?
My wife.
How do you do? Good evening, Mr. Wellman.
How do you do, Mrs. Hall?
Mrs. Hall? Won't you sit down, please?
Well, tea will be in just a moment. I'd better warn you, Mrs. Garnett. Tea may be served 4 abreast or company front. Our cook is ex-Army, ex-WAC. But she's the best I could find at the moment.
Really? I presume you do have trouble in keeping your servants.
Well, no, Mrs. Garnett, that isn't the difficulty.
I'm afraid the home of a college president is different from those you'll find around Boston's Back Bay.
Yes, that's true. We really do have to be prepared for some quite remarkable eating emergencies. Like, say, 20 hungry students at 6 o'clock on any Sunday night.
What is the emergency about that?
The emergency of each one of them having run out of what is known as his allowance.
I have always found it charming in my own home to serve al fresco.
Well, I'm sure you have, but sometimes it gets a little too al fresco, and I find myself cooking for an unexpected dozen or more.
Do you cook?
You bet I do. I make the most wonderful risotto with mussels. Ezio Pinza gave me his own recipe.
Let me say, Mrs. Garnett, that for me, cook's night out is one enchanted evening.
Risotto with mussels? But when could you possibly have learned to cook, Mrs. Hall? What with your years in the theater?
Well, we have to eat, Mrs. Garnett. Yes, even in the theater. There are producers who minimize the necessity, but it's there.
It never occurred to me. Oh, not that you didn't eat, of course. But I've always thought of an actress as, well, late suppers, you know, a cold bottle and a hot bird, the Savoy grill, that sort of thing.
Well, there's that, too, when you're a success. But it's usually a long time arriving. A hot plate in one's flat helps to bridge the gap.
I remember seeing you in The Gap, Mrs. Hall. Lulu's Mad Moment, Golders Green, 1934.
Well, that was The Gap, all right. It ran 3 days. And 6 months later, I got my next job. A smaller part, and I didn't like it much either.
Why did you take it?
I was an actress, Mrs. Garnett. That's my job. The profession I'd chosen.
What happened?
That play ran for 2 years.
And at the end of the run, Vicky found herself London's newest star.
How fascinating. How many years had you been working at it by this time?
Well, that bit of information, Mrs. Garnett, will remain forever a secret.
I should imagine. Anyway, from that time on, you were a star.
No, I didn't hit the jackpot until one day at St. Andrews, when I sank a 40-foot putt. Scotch producer, I won the match and the starring part.
Do you play golf, Mrs. Hall?
Well, I wouldn't say that, but I have a full set of clubs, Mr. Wellman.
And a handicap that makes me press like a tailor.
Well, I must say, Mrs. Hall, I'm amazed. Cooking, golf? Really, I had no idea.
Mrs. Garnett, may I ask you a very direct question?
Of course, Doctor.
Have you ever known an actress before?
Good heavens, no. Well, I mean, I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, don't apologize. I do understand so well. Is it, shocking to find out that an actress can be, well, something approaching normal?
Well, frankly, Mrs. Hall, it is. And a shock that may be very good for me. Tell me a little more. I'm beginning to think I'm a pretty stupid woman. And I know about my brother.
In that case, I have a feeling we could be very good friends.
You know, Mrs. Hall...
Well, call me Vicky.
You know, Vicky? My name's Grace, by the way. I'm going to tell you that I only hope the influence Elizabeth has had at home is half as good as she's had here.
Grace!
And you, Clarence, why don't you mind your own business? Now, Vicky, tell me.
Mrs. Garnett, I feel...
What about that risotto?
This is not...
I'd be delighted to give you the recipe. There are several ways of doing it.
Victoria.
Really? Go on, Vicky. Go on.
Have you ever tried to get into a conversation when two women who have suddenly discovered each other are talking? It's impossible. Do you know that for the first time since we had known each other, Mr. Wellman and I sat in complete silence, looking at each other in almost a friendly way. Tea came and went, and the long shadows began to deepen over the lawn in front of the house before we could get in another word.
That's a wonderful recipe, Vicky. I'm going to try it as soon as I get home.
Oh, good.
Pardon me,
Yes, Alice.
There's a Miss Betty Garner to see you, ma'am.
Oh, Elizabeth. She doesn't even know I'm in town.
Well, ask her to come in, Alice.
She said, ma'am, for you to come to the living room window. She's got a surprise for you. There's a lot of personnel with her.
Just tell the girl her mother's here.
No, wait a moment, Mr. Wellman. Let's see what she's up to.
Well, why don't you all just sit still for a moment? Betty!
Yes, Mrs. Hall.
Oh, what's all that crowd doing with you? Oh, will you stay right where you are? You look so pretty framed in the window like that.
Oh, thank you.
You know, we didn't do much after the junior follies were over, but we thought about a lot. Mostly about you, because the follies was you. You had the patience of a saint. You never stopped working with us, and you beat our brains out in the nicest way anybody could. And you gave us the best follies in the history of Ivy. You know something? We love you. And we want to tell you so in the best way we know. We can sing better than we can talk anyway. It isn't tied with ribbons or wrapped in cellophane. The gift we bring is gratitude expressed in this refrain.
Oh, we love the halls of ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget, though we be far, far away, to the hallowed halls of ivy. Every voice will bid farewell, and shimmer off in twilight like the old vesper bell. One day a hush will fall, the footsteps of us all will echo down the hall and disappear. But as we sadly start our journeys far apart, a part of every heart will linger here in the sacred halls of ivy, where we lived and learned to know that through the years we'll see you in the sweet afterglow.
Thank you, Betty. Thank you, boys. Thank you.
Mr. Wellman,
Yes, Dr. Hall.
any questions? I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the largest selling beer in America. No wonder it's the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
And here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colvin.
Oh, Toddy, I do hate moving day, don't you?
Despise it. Except that in this case, there are no brawny moving men peering into the old refrigerator in hopes of finding an overlooked bottle of something or other.
Are you all packed, dear?
All packed. I say, Vicky, do you suppose our friends will be able to find us again after we move?
Well, it'd be dreadful if they couldn't. Better make it very explicit, William.
Very well. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, beginning May the 10th, the Halls of Ivy will move to Wednesday nights over the same NBC station. Your local paper will give you the exact time.
We hope you'll join us next Wednesday night. Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Be sure to see Ronald Coleman's latest picture, Champagne for Caesar. Remember, beginning next week, The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman, will be heard on Wednesday. Tonight, Lucille Norman played Betty Garnett. The other players were Willard Waterman, B. Benaderet, Herb Butterfield, and Lois Corbett. Tonight's script was written by Nat Wolfe and Don Quinn. The song was written by Henry Russell and Vic Knight. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolf, and presented by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Ken Carpenter speaking.
Next, stay tuned for We the People over most of these NBC stations.
Colgate Tooth Powder presents the Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff, with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Bea Benaderet, Joe Walker, the sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show, with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
Starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
One of the biggest foreign stars to sweep the country these days is James Mason. When a James Mason picture is showing, everybody drops their tea and crumpets and runs to the movies. And so it is in Mel Blanc's little town. The local movie house is crowded, and in the orchestra we hear Sally Brown saying to Joe Howard,
"Oh, Joe, when he said to her, 'You have the most adorable lips in the world,' did that make you think of anything?"
I wanted to kiss you, of course.
And in the loges, Shirley Davis says to Jerry Cooper,
"Jerry, when he said, 'Darling, I could hold you in my arms forever,' did that make you think of anything?"
I thought of holding you in my arms, naturally.
And in the balcony, where Mel Blanc has been sitting with his girl, Betty Colby, Betty is saying,
"Mel, when he said, 'Darling, how I've hungered for you. Oh, I could eat you up alive,' did that make you think of anything?"
It sure did, Betty. I'm going to get another bag of popcorn.
Well, romantic Mel got his popcorn, Betty got bored, and now we find them leaving the movie.
Oh, gosh, that was wonderful. Now, what did you like best about the movie tonight?
Getting in before the prices changed?
No, I mean James Mason. Oh, what a lover. Did you see the way he hit Ann Todd with his cane? Oh, that's real love.
What kind of love is that? All he does is beat women. He hits them all the time.
He only makes $100,000 a year.
Probably gets paid by the lump. Why should he want to act in pictures? He can retire and sell Band-Aids.
You're just jealous.
Oh, those English movies. Everybody's so nonchalant. The hero comes in and says to his wife, "Darling, I've just shot your mother and father. Would you care for a cup of tea?" And she says, "With cream, please. Are they dead?" And he says, "Quite." And she says, "What else is new?"
You're exaggerating.
Oh, I am not. Betty, if you want to see some real English acting, wait until you see me tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm playing a lover just like James Mason in a play I wrote for Mrs. Grimes. And she's putting it on tomorrow for her favorite charity. That's when you'll really see...
hello, Betty.
Hello, Father.
Hello, Mr. Colby.
Hello, Mel. I'll bet you took Betty to the movies tonight.
Yeah. How did you know, Mr. Colby?
Well, before Betty left the house, she asked me for 50 cents.
Only 50 cents? Betty, where did you get the other 50 cents from me?
Oh, you nincompoop.
Oh, careful how you talk to me, Mr. Colby. I'm going to be famous. Tomorrow night, I'm acting in a play I wrote for Mrs. Grimes' charity.
You mean that silly banker Grimes' wife is going to put on a play you wrote?
Yes, and when the people see how much better I am than James Mason, I'm sure to get some offers from Hollywood. Who knows? After tomorrow's show, I may be working for Paramount.
No.
Sounds like you're working for MGM.
Listen, Mel, if you so much as get one Hollywood offer, I'll let you marry Betty. How's that?
Why, that's wonderful, Mr. Colby. Thanks.
He thinks he's really going to get an offer. Come along, Betty. I don't want you to be seen walking along the street with a moron.
Well, if you take the back alleys, Mr. Colby, nobody will notice.
What? Oh, come along, Betty.
Goodbye, Mel.
Bye, Betty. So I won't get an offer, huh? What's so tough about acting like James Mason?
Emily, dear, where have you been?
All you need is an English accent and indigestion. I think I'll walk back to my fix-it shop.
Oh,
Oh, it's Mrs. Grimes herself. Hello, Mrs. Grimes. Say, how's the play coming? You look excited about something.
Oh, I am, Melvin. I feel as though I was soaring on fleecy clouds. My feathers ruffled in the breeze, my wings spreading. Ooh, I'm a bird.
Well, pull up a statue and sit down. Tell me, what's on your mind?
Oh, I'm so happy I could burst into song. Oh, and I'm calling you.
With calls like that, no wonder there's a telephone strike.
Your answer true.
If I ever gave her a true answer, she'd shoot herself.
Melvin, stop interrupting. I'm singing the Indian love call.
The Indian love call? No wonder they're a vanishing race. Say, Mrs. Grimes, what are you so excited about?
Oh, Melvin, I have the most wonderful news. James Mason himself is coming to act in your play tomorrow night.
James Mason? But what about me? I didn't write a play for him.
Oh, Melvin, don't be ridiculous. You can't compare yourself with James Mason. But don't worry. I've written a part for you. You're going to be a Chinese detective.
Chinese detective?
Mm-hmm. Well, Melvin, I must be off.
You're not kidding.
I'm calling you.
How do you like that, a Chinese detective? Well, I'll have to be so good I'll still get a Hollywood offer and marry Betty. Let's see, James Mason. To be or not to be, whether 'tis nobler... no, that's no good. Got to start practicing my new part.
Oh, too ticky or not too ticky? Whether it's nobler to wash your laundry or make it shirty. Oh, whatever.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle, a breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate tooth powder, for the new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate tooth powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth. Yes, Colgate tooth powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you can expect or ask of a dentifrice. Try Colgate tooth powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
And now, Victor Miller, the sportsman, and listen to the Mockingbird.
I'm dreaming now of Hallie, sweet Hallie, sweet Hallie. I'm dreaming now of Hallie, for the thought of her is one that never dies.
She's sleeping in the valley, the valley.
She's sleeping in the valley, and the mockingbird is singing where she lies. Listen to the mockingbird. Listen to the mockingbird. The mockingbird still singing on her grave. Listen to the mockingbird. Listen to the mockingbird. Still singing where the weeping willows wave. Listen to the mockingbird. Listen to that bird. He's a singing and a mocking and a reeling and a rocking on her grave. Mocking of the mockingbird. He's a singing and a mocking where the weeping willows wave. Listen to the singing and the mocking and the reeling and the rocking of the mockingbird. valley. He's sleeping in the mockingbird is singing for her grave. The mockingbird.
Well, back to Mel Blanc. Poor Mel is a very disappointed lad. He was to have acted the leading role in a play he wrote for Mrs. Grimes' favorite charity, but she secured the services of James Mason. Now Mel's dreams of Hollywood fame are shattered. And to add to Mel Blanc's misery, who should come along into his fix-it shop but the town beau Brummel, Hartley Benson.
Hello, Hartley. Hot, isn't it?
Naturally, with thousands of women carrying the torch for great big adorable me. In fact, Mel, old boy, I'm so divine every inch, I could give myself a pinch.
Hardly the way you talk, you'd think every woman in the country was nuts about you.
Form your own conclusion, Mel, but I'm the only man in the country who was given a lifetime membership in the YWCA.
Oh, Hartley, you and your stories. You're not such a big man with the women.
Oh, no. A botanist at Harvard recently reported that the birds and the bees tell their children about me. So you see, Mel, I'm essential to every young bird.
So are worms.
Oh, that does it. Oh, you exasperate me. In fact, I'm so I could parade. It makes me very happy to deliver this message. Mrs. Grimes has been unable to obtain James Mason, and your play is off.
What?
That's right. No play. Well, I shall be going. I'm so pretty to see, I shall whistle at me. Hello, boy. Nice seeing me.
What a character. He's the only person in the world who has a marriage license with his name signed in both places. Gosh, no play. I'm ruined.
Hello, Mel.
Greetings, great and loyal zebra. How was your fellow voyager on the sea of matrimony?
Mel, if you mean my wife, the word is irrigation ditch. But she's more of a cross between a water pump and a ditch. Sort of a witch.
But a witch is someone who flies around in the dead of night on an old broom.
Mel, have you ever noticed that our broom has a bicycle seat on it?
Well, if you feel like that, how come you married your wife in the first place?
Mel, it was the third place. I escaped from the first two.
Oh, come now.
All right, Mel, you're right. I'm making things up. When I first married my wife, she had the complexion of a budding rose.
And now?
Withered soup green. Mine was a California wedding, Mel. There I stood under the orange blossoms, marrying the smudge pot. I should have known I was condemned.
Well, how come?
Well, the night before the wedding, her father said I could have anything I wanted to eat. What a woman. Another day I was in the kitchen cooking a seafood dinner. My wife looked at the pot of boiling water and she said, "Come on, John, don't just stand there. Throw in the old crab." Gad, what a temptation. I don't know why I'm telling you all this. It's just that I've got no one to talk to.
Well, think how badly I feel, mighty potentate. Mrs. Grimes is calling off my play because she can't get James Mason.
Mel, I heard about that, but why should you be worried? Why don't you impersonate him?
Yeah, why didn't I think of that? How come you thought of the idea of impersonating a man who beats up women?
Mel, you're speaking of my lifelong ambition. Well, good luck, Mel. I gotta be going now.
Oh, where are you going, mighty potentate?
Well, Mel, I can do one of two things. I can go to the movies and see Smash Up, or I can go home and look at the wreck I married to.
Gee, that's a wonderful idea you gave me. I'll play the James Mason part and the Chinese detective. I better send Zuki over to tell Mrs. Grimes before she does anything else. Oh, Zuki! Zuki!
But, Zuki, do you think Mel is good enough to impersonate James Mason?
Sure, Mrs. Sure, Toots. Mel is just as handsome. He's just as handsome. He's as good good. He's as attracted. Well, they both wear pants.
Well, do you think I should give Mel a chance?
Oh, you won't regret it, Mrs. Grimes. When Mel comes out for the final curtain, they'll give him an Oscar. They'll give him an Academy Award. They'll give him a special. They'll give him. Has anybody got a ripe tomato?
Now, Zuki, this is a serious matter. I want you to say, Mrs. Grimes, it is my honest, unbiased, and unprejudiced opinion that Mel cannot fail in his characterization of James Mason.
Okay. Mrs. Grimes, it is my honest, unbiased, and unprejudiced opinion that Mel cannot fail in his characterization of James Mason.
Why, Zuki!
Oh, what I said!
Ladies and gentlemen and friends, as you know, Mel Blanc has written a play for our charity. Tonight he's going to play the part of James Mason and the Chinese detective. So, it is with pleasure that we now present Mel's mystery play entitled Murder During the Music Lesson, or Who Shot the Soprano in the Middle of Her Repertoire? My James, I feel he doesn't love me anymore. We're drifting apart. He hasn't given me a concussion all week. Oh, there he is. Oh, James, there you are. My arms have been waiting for you. My lips have been waiting for you. Speak to me. Speak. Speak.
Leave me, cornucopia. Stop groveling at my feet.
Oh, but I love you.
Oh, stop it. You're spoiling my shine.
James, where were you last night?
What's the use of pretending?
You mean...
Yes, I was out beating another woman.
Well, I still love you. My heart is with you wherever you go. When you go to work, I'm with you. When you go hunting, I'm with you. When you go for a walk, I'm with you.
Well, I'm going to the Turkish bath tonight. Top that. Cornucopia, forget me. Marriage is out of the question. I don't want to be tied down to any one woman.
Oh, but my mother is giving me a dowry of $1 million.
Get the rope.
Oh, I'm so happy. My beloved, shower me with kisses. Shower me. Shower me.
Come now, don't you think you're old enough to take your own shower?
Oh, I'm so happy. I shall ring the butler for some tea.
You ring, madam.
Yes, bring some tea. You know, James, I have a feeling of doom.
So have I. So have I. Oh, stop it already.
Madam.
Yes, Beddoes.
A terrible tragedy has occurred. Your mother has been shot. Tea is served.
Oh, this is terrible. Burroughs, send for Charlie Chan, the detective. And Burroughs?
Yes, madam.
Make mine with lemon.
Madam, the detective. Oh, watch for the day, the 7th of May. Oh, me come a laddie way, a chop chop.
Tell me, are you Charlie Chan?
Oh, no, he can't come. Me, Charlie Chan's brother, Charlie Horse. Chop, 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 chop. What's up, Doc?
My mother has been shot. Care for some tea?
Yes.
Sugar?
1 lump.
Crumpet?
1 crump. Most unusual case I ever seen. Lady dead 2 hours, apartment not rented yet. Remind me of mystery radio program, the one about Leo DeRocha.
Mystery radio program about Leo DeRocha. What's that?
Suspended. Oh, that's a very cute joke, very clever, timely. Yeah. No. Bring in a butler. Where's a butler? Butler!
Sure I am, sir.
Oh, butler, where was you on night of May 12th, 1950?
But 1950 isn't sure yet.
Very weak alibi. Did you see lady shot?
No, I couldn't. The gun I was shooting was in front of my eyes.
Oh, front of your eyes. That clears you then.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, but bring in Sir James. And no one get away from Charlie Horse. And last week we captured Frenchie, the killer. Him got chair. Yeah, Frenchie Fry. Sir James, I wish to interrogate you.
Lost you, no one can interrogate me.
Oh, me no like you. As honorable ancestors say to cross-eyed Monsieur, you rub me wrong way. Well, I beastly, very sorry. So chong.
Nelson, you're getting confused.
Oh, yeah, confused, you see. Him say pip, pip. On top of them. Chopped.
Nelson.
Oh, very sorry, Opie, I losing my place. I got all mixy up.
Well, Mel, that silly play certainly taught you one thing. You're a terrible writer.
And even worse as an actor.
You can say that again.
You're a terrible writer.
And even worse
All right. I'll stay in my fix-it shop. I don't want to be an actor. I can't do impersonations. I'll forget the whole thing.
Well, I'm glad to hear you've come to your senses, Mel. And to celebrate, I'll take you both to the movies. They're showing a wonderful Peter Lorre picture.
Peter Lorre? What do you want to go and see him for? I do a much better job. Listen to this.
I went to the morgue and a corpse in back of me fell down on me. But I didn't mind. It was just a friendly slab on the back.
Oh, Mel Blanc!
This is Bud Heaston reminding you that Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
It's Texaco time with Fred Allen. Texaco dealers from coast to coast present the Texaco Star Theater, starring Fred Allen, with Fred's guest, Deems Taylor, Portland Hoffa, Alan Reed as Falstaff Openshaw, Minerva Pyers as Mrs. Nussbaum, the Texaco Workshop Players, Ilo Jack and the Dame, Al Goodman and his orchestra, and yours truly, Jimmy Wallington. I don't have to remind you that your present car has a good many miles to go before you'll get a new one. So make it give you every one of those miles with the care that keeps cars running. Regular Care by your neighborhood Texaco dealer. See him for regular changes of insulated Haviland motor oil, the oil that helps prevent excessive wear. See him for regular Marpac lubrication to protect your car's chassis. Drive in at the sign of the red Texaco Star with the green T and keep your car rolling for the duration. Ladies and gentlemen, during the past week, most of radio's popular comedians, Bob Hope, Jack Benny, and Red Skelton, left the air for the summer. However, one so-called comedian still remains in radio. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank
you, and good evening. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Jimmy, you're right. As soon as the weather gets a little warm, all of the radio comedians seem to give up their programs.
Say, why is that, Fred?
Well, I don't know why Hope and Skelton give up theirs, but Jack Benny has to quit.
Yeah?
You know, Benny's comedy won't keep in the hot weather.
Well, Jack had some great gags about you last Sunday.
Gags? What gags?
Well, Jack said your face was so wrinkled it looked like the top of a car halfway down.
You see, even on our show, his gags don't get laughs. If he should wrinkles, he should talk about looks, Jimmy. Benny's face is as wrinkled as a private sleeve after he saluted 20 officers. I have seen more hair in a plate of oxtail soup than Benny has on his head. Now, if I told you the whole thing... Well, Portland, Portland, your arrival is timed nicely. We were just discussing a party who left Waukegan as a barefoot boy, and today is bare at the other end.
You mean Jack Benny?
Right. The man with the short arms who carries his money low in his pocket so he can't reach it.
I read that next fall, Jack is going to have a new sponsor.
I know that.
I wonder why.
Well, his old sponsor finally found out that Benny has no teeth. He couldn't even chew those grape nuts he used to talk about. He had to have a friend gum them before he could tell them. You know, on his new program, Benny is going to advertise cigarettes.
Well, at least Jack has lips.
But wait till Benny's new sponsor finds out that Benny has no muscles in his lips. He can't even hold a cigarette in his mouth.
Does Jack's mouth hang down?
Oh, his mouth looks like a limp dimple that talks, really. Well, enough about Phil Harris's straight man, Portland. When those two get together, who is the straight man? I wish we had a good joke right about here.
I know a joke.
You do? Really? What joke?
The man who owns the Mayflower Donut Shop is selling out.
Why is the man who owns the Mayflower Donut Shop selling out?
He's sick of the whole business.
He's sick of... There are enough holes in the script without having them in the conversation, if you don't mind. Well, those are my sentiments exactly, with sugar on them, and I am leaving at once for Allen's Alley.
Have you a question for tonight?
Oh, you bet. This week, Mayor LaGuardia warned that needs of the armed forces during the summer will make greater demands on transportation facilities, and families should cooperate by spending their summer vacations near home. And so our question is, are you going to heed the mayor's warning and spend an at-home vacation?
Shall we go?
As the man with the chill said, I think I'll shake a leg. Sit down. When he was a little boy, his father ran away from home and took the razor, so you really can't. Here we are back in Allen's Alley, Portland. Let's see if I read the street sign the wrong way from right to left. Let's see, been with Jessel so long, occasionally I read from right to left. Let's see if our stout friend, the senator, is in.
Yes?
Senator Bloat, about Mayor LaGuardia Spend Your Vacation at Home campaign. Are you taking action?
Yes. If my bill, the bloat bill, goes through...
Yes?
Vacations this summer will be abolished.
Well, how are you going to stop people from going out of town, Senator?
If you are a vacationist...
Yes?
When you go to the railroad depot...
Yes?
The man at the ticket window will refuse to sell you a ticket.
But if I give the man an argument about needing a vacation...
He will tell you where you can go. I thank you.
Well, the senator's got something there. The senator's best know how the rind on a watermelon feels. Well, let's try here next door.
Hello, kid. What's cooking?
Well, Mister, we have any way you want. We get laughs through the nose anyway. Well, Mr. Eat the Pictures, what are your vacation plans?
Well, kid, for 20 years, I'm always to take the same vacation.
For 20 years, eh?
Sure. Every summer, I'm going to Acropolis duty run.
Yeah?
The first day, while I'm getting on a horse,
yeah,
the horse is balking up a bronco.
Uh-huh.
I am falling off.
Yeah?
I'm breaking my leg in two places.
In two places, huh?
There is an echo there.
Oh, that would do it. That's what. Well, you have the same accident every summer?
Every year for 20 years, a horse is breaking my leg in 2 places.
And this year?
I'm staying home.
You mean?
I'll get a hammer and break my own leg in 2 places. So long, see?
Well, Pablo is lucky he still gets the break. Now, let's see what more can happen. Let's try this door here.
No?
Mrs. Nussbaum, how do you feel about the mayor's at-home vacation plan?
I am personally making 200 families staying home.
200 families? How?
I am running American Plan, a summer boarding house.
Oh, really?
Mrs. Nussbaum, Buena Vista Rancho Grande.
Fine. Well, you serve food at your place, do you?
Food, he says. For breakfast, you are getting first Wheaties.
Wheaties, huh?
Then is coming poached eggs on pickled herring.
Yes?
Under the herring is waffles with honey dripping.
Yes?
Next is Farco Brown Betty with inside meatballs.
This is breakfast?
A la carte.
Oh, a la carte.
For lunch is a heaping mound chicken liver and casserole.
God.
This is floating in sour cream. In which down under I am concealing blintzes a la king. Finders is keepers.
Oh, that's... But tell me, this is lunch. What about dinner?
After lunch, who could eat in dinner? Guests is falling on the floor, laying in hammocks, moaning, biting.
Well, tell me... Tell me, Mrs. Nussbaum, how do you get out to your place?
In Jersey, gradually you are coming to it.
Which route do you take?
You are going through the Holland Tunnel.
Uh-huh.
Halfway through the Holland Tunnel, you are turning left.
I see.
This is bringing you to Nussbaum's Buena Vista Rancho Grande.
Well, tell me, Mrs. Ann, if you are running this wonderful boarding house, how are you going to force 200 families to spend their vacations at home?
Aha. This summer they are coming, and the door is a sign.
And the sign says?
Closed for the duration. Thank you.
And that brings us to the duplex packing case at the end of the alley.
Alack, alack, willy-nilly. Falstaff's here, the silly Billy.
Harlequin Openshaw. We have more poems tonight?
Indubitably. Have you heard, I thought she was marrying me for my money, but I found she was after my apple honey?
No.
Or said the flounder to the whale, why brag of intuition? You're just a sardine with a thyroid condition?
No.
Or perhaps this one. Since they played that game of hide and go seek, Mother hasn't found Father for over a week?
Now, look, Falstaff, this is the straw that sent the camel to the chiropractor. Tonight we are talking about Mayor LaGuardia's at-home vacation campaign.
Precisely.
Well, if that's why you were here and you've written a vacation poem, what is it called?
V is for vacation.
How does it go?
Every winter I plan my summer vacation, 2 weeks of travel touring the nation. Sleeping at tourist camps, gulping down cokes, driving the Chevy, meeting new folks. But this year, with the war, my plans are all changed. I've got a different vacation arranged. This summer I'll be busy spading and hoeing. Back of my house, a garden is growing. I'm doing my bit to relieve transportation by staying at home on my victory vacation.
Tonight I'm going to try a new house in Allen's Alley.
Yes?
Jimmy Wallington, what are you doing down here in Allen's Alley?
Well, I'm selling war bonds, Fred.
Good.
Since the liberation of Europe has begun and we realize how well those boys are doing their job, our job is clearer than ever before.
That's true, Jimmy.
We, the American people, must buy bonds. More bonds than ever before. We must buy bonds until it hurts, and then buy more. The 5th War Loan Drive opens tomorrow. It ends July the 8th. During that time, $16 billion must be raised. The 5th War Loan is the most urgent, the most vitally important financial effort of this war, of all history. For world freedom is now at stake. The liberation of the continent must succeed. Every American fighting man must be backed to the limit with all the weapons it takes to beat the last Nazi into the earth. This task requires a great self-sacrificing effort on the part of every American. The gigantic goal of $16 billion must be met. So make the effort. Meet the goal. Starting tomorrow, buy at least double the extra bonds you bought before.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. Allen.
Yes, Portland.
I brought my autograph book. Who is our guest tonight?
Well, we haven't any guests, Portland. I have had a terrible week.
What happened?
Well, last Tuesday night, I dreamed I was a songwriter, and in my dream, I wrote a song.
What sort of a song?
Oh, it was a wonderful song about a girl in the whack. It's called First Class Private Mary Brown. In my dream, the words and music came to me as plain as day. They were wonderful. Listen. First Class Private Mary Brown. She wore that uniform like $1 million gown.
Gosh, that's swell.
Well, I thought the Army might be interested in a song about the girl in the whack, so I called up a major I know, Major Burroughs. And Major Burroughs said they were rehearsing a war bond show at Carnegie Hall. Well, sir, I ran over to Carnegie Hall. I was just going in the door when the doorman said...
Wait a minute. Are you with the Philharmonic?
No, I haven't eaten for 4 days. That's what makes me look this way. I tell you, I've got a song. First Class Private Mary Brown. She wore that uniform like $1 million gown.
Don't tell me with that voice you're going to sing in Carnegie Hall.
No, but this is my song. I want to get it in this war bond show they're rehearsing. Now, whom do I see?
Mr. Deems Taylor.
Uh-huh.
I sit here on the stage a minute. Mr. Taylor's rehearsing High, Low, Jack, and the Dame. They're running through a number. It just started.
Oh, I see.
Private Mary Brown. She wore that uniform like $1 million gown. How my heart would leap when she drove her teeth with the one big stripe on her arm. And it seemed to me that a PFC stood for perfect feminine charm. First Class Private Mary Brown. Oh, how she smiled goodbye when they shipped me out of town. Let the big guns roll, let me win this war, 'cause I want to hurry right back on the double to First Class Private Mary Brown, my wonderful wife. Had to look at her fire, she was specially nice. And the minute I knew, my life had started anew. First Class Private Mary Brown, I'll have her on the serial number written down. Let's get through with the war, I'm hurrying back. First Private Mary Brown.
That's my song. Who's in charge of this rehearsal?
I am.
Who are you?
Deems Taylor.
Now, look, Mr. Taylor, I'm Fred Allen. You can't get away with this.
Now, please stop yelling, Mr. Allen. This is Carnegie Hall.
I don't care if it's Borough Hall. Where did you get that song, First Class Private Mary Brown?
Private Frank Lesser gave it to me. He wrote it.
A private in the Army writes songs?
Why, Private Frank Lesser wrote Praise the Lord and Pass the Ammunition. In My Arms, They're Either Too Young or Too Old. What Do You Do in the Infantry? Oh, he's written plenty of hits.
Well, look, let me tell you, he didn't write Private First Class Mary Brown, Mr. Taylor. That song came to me, the same words, the same music, in a dream.
In a dream? Where do you live?
On 58th Street, in the same house with Oscar Levant.
Uh-huh.
I try to live there.
Well, that explains it.
That explains what?
Did you hear this song in your dream last Tuesday night?
Tuesday night, that's right. How did you know?
Well, Tuesday night, Private Lesser and I were visiting Oscar Levant, and Lesser sang this song for us.
You mean my dream?
Look, Lesser sings like an auctioneer. You must have heard his voice in your sleep coming up the air shaft.
Well, what do you know? Private First Class Mary Brown, my big song gone. You know, it's lucky I have written a couple of other Army numbers, Deems.
Oh, you have? What are they, Brent?
Well, one is I'll be one sad sack till my whack gets back. Say a prayer for me when I'm on KP. You know, I think I'll quit radio and write songs. It's a soft racket. You write a song, somebody names it before the gong, or it's on the hit parade. You make a fortune.
Well, it isn't quite as easy as that.
Well, what's hard about it?
Well, before you can write a song, you have to have an inspiration.
And this, you mean every songwriter?
Mm-hmm. Why, even the fellow who wrote, Milkman, Keep Those Bottles Quiet, had an inspiration.
He did, really? You have that right from the feedback, huh?
Yes.
Well, all right. If you need an inspiration, suppose it's January, Deems. I happen to see a snowstorm. It gives me an inspiration, and I write a song called Each Little Snowflake Tells Me Everything's Jake with You. Now, my song is written, now what?
Well, first you have to have your song published.
I see.
Then you have to get somebody on the radio to sing your song.
Well, I know Carmen Lombardo.
Well, you can't go right to Carmen Lombardo, Fred.
Why?
Well, Carmen works for Guy Lombardo.
Oh, I go to Guy, huh?
No. You can't see Guy until his agent okays you.
Well, how do I work it?
Well, you take Guy Lombardo's agent, for cocktails every day.
Yes.
Well, 2 months later, he gets you in to see Guy.
2 months later, uh-huh.
You take Guy to lunch for 6 or 8 weeks.
6 or 8 weeks, yes.
3 months later, Guy sneaks you in to see Carmen.
Yeah?
Well, you take Carmen to the Stork Club. You wine him and dine him.
And as he finishes eating, I whip out my song. Carmen reads it over by the light of his crepe Suzette and says he'll sing it, right?
No, Fred. Carmen turns you down.
Now, wait a minute. You mean after Lombardo's agent and all the Lombardos have been eating and drinking on me for weeks? Carmen refuses to sing my song. Why?
Well, you wrote your song in January.
Yes.
It's taken you 6 months to get to see Carmen Lombardo.
So?
It is now the middle of July.
And?
Your song, Each Little Snowflake Tells Me Everything's Jake with You, is out of season.
Well, that's a fine finish.
So you see, Fred, being a songwriter isn't what it's cracked up with.
Well, I guess possibly there is a possibility that you are right, Deems. There's only one way to make money today. Write a Broadway show. The theaters are coining money. Have you tried to get tickets for the Theater Guild show Oklahoma yet?
I have tickets for May 1st.
May 1st? This is June.
May 1st, 1947.
Oh, 1947.
Oklahoma's a sensation, you know.
Oklahoma is the biggest hit New York has had in years. All of the other states are jealous of Oklahoma, Deems. You know, the first man who puts on a show glorifying another state will make a fortune.
Yes, but where can you find a show about another state, Fred?
I have written one. Deems?
No. What is your show called?
South Dakota.
That's a great title.
It is.
Didn't you write a show called North Dakota?
That was 2 months ago, Deems. This is a whole new show. If you think Oklahoma's a smash, Deems, wait until you hear South Dakota.
Why, it sounds bigger than Oklahoma already.
Why, the idea is original, the music is sensational. My show, South Dakota, will make Oklahoma look like Rhode Island.
What's the story of your show, Fred?
Well, as the show starts, instead of having an overture, Deems, 3 big pedigreed bulls come into the orchestra pit. The 3 bulls look out at the audience disdainfully and bellow. As the curtain goes up, it's the county fair at Sioux Falls, South Dakota. The natives are singing their state song.
Dakota, where for miles all you can see is prairie.
Where there's no Times Square, just lots of air, and the men you meet are pretty hairy.
Dakota, there is nothing there but sky and dirt.
Where the boundary lines are Burma shave signs, and buzzards circle round alert. We know we belong.
Wait,
hold it, choir. Choir, just a minute, group. Yes, Deems, is something wrong?
Fred, I thought you said your show was original.
Well, it is.
Well, that song's the same as the title song of Oklahoma.
Deems, this song, if you were listening, is South Dakota. Does South Dakota sound anything like Oklahoma? South Dakota is 2 words with a hyphen.
But it's the
I know, but it's the same music.
How can it be the same music? I wrote this song myself.
Uh-huh. You had a dream the night Oscar Hammerstein played Oklahoma for Oscar Levant.
Now, look, Deems, why worry? I don't get all of my inspirations out of the air shaft. This, after all, is the opening number. We can advertise the show to start at 8:30. We can ring up at 8:15. The theater will be empty. Nobody will even hear the song.
Look, why don't you open the show with an intermission? Then you won't have to use the song at all.
Say, that's a good idea. We'll put the show together, take the intermission out of the middle, and put it on before the show starts. Well, that's a swell idea, thanks. I'll make a note of that. Let's get on with the show.
What happens next?
Well, the second scene in the show is the Hockenlocka farmhouse in South Dakota. It's winter. Outside, it's 60 below zero. I'm Zeke. I'm just about to ask old man Hockenlocka for his daughter Judy's hand when Judy rushes in and says...
Oh, the hired hand forgot to spot you in Bluebell, your prize fowl.
Keepers, where is she?
Down in the lower 40.
Bluebell's a goner, Judy. No living man can fotch Bluebell on a night like this.
Can fotch Bluebell, Mr. Hockenlocka.
It's 60 below zero outside, Zeke. 60 below's too cold for fotching.
Not for me, Mr. Hockenlocka. Freezing weather don't bother me none with my fotching.
You, don't mind the cold, Zeke? How come?
Here's the reason. For the cold, I don't give a hoot, 'cause I'm wearing my new union suit. Yes, I'm wearing my new union suit with the hinge on the back. With my hinge, some figure I'm a-cutting. Down the rug, you can all see me strutting. Fits me close and keeps me comfy, and there ain't no slack. The cloth pure wool and the buttons are brown. The seams sure hold it together. The arms roll up and the legs roll down in case there's a change in the weather. To Sis Roebuck goes all the credit. They made me a suit and I'll never forget it. With that suit, there's nothing that any man can ever lack. It's my itchy little suit with the hinge on the back.
Fred, wait a minute.
Yes, Deems. Now, don't tell me that this song is reminiscent.
Fred, did you hear the song Surrey with the Fringe on Top?
Surrey with the fringe on top?
Yes, it's in Oklahoma.
Again with the Oklahoma. What has fringe got to do with my union,
Oh,
sir?
I wasn't getting personal. I mean the melody.
Well, how does Surrey go?
Chicks and ducks and geese better scurry when I take you out in the Surrey.
There's something to the melody, the argument you have about the melody, but with that chicken, ducks, and geese, that is a poultry polka. My song is the saga of a union suit.
But the music!
The music, who will know it, Deems? A couple of musicians like you and...
Rogers and Hammerstein.
And Rogers and Hammerstein.
And their lawyers.
And their lawyers. Well, so let them sue. It's possible, you know, the two brains might have the same idea.
Yes, only it took your brain a year to get warmed up.
Now, look, Deems, if you want to pick on my show, at least wait until I finish. The next scene is the big wedding scene. The justice is saying...
Do you, Zeke Allen, take Judy Hockenlocka to be your wife?
Do.
Do you, Judy Hockenlocka?
Hold on, Justice. This letter just comes for Zeke.
Who's the letter from, Zeke?
Says here, selective service. Hold on, folks. The wedding's off.
What's the letter say, Zeke? You're pale.
I'll tell you why I'm pale.
His arthritis is bad and his feet hurt. Oh, his tongue's like a motorman's glove. His life isn't gay. What a start for a day. With that old local dashboard, a look in his way.
Oh, what a miserable morning. Oh, what a horrible day. Instead of getting married, they're putting me in 1A. Yes, they're putting me in 1A. Well, Deems, don't tell me you heard anything like that in Oklahoma.
Fred, this is the worst case of robbery since Jesse James laid that pistol down.
Now look, Deems, you're in the music racket. Confidentially, don't all songwriters steal from Chopin, Tchaikovsky, and Nick Kenny?
Well, I'll tell you, Fred. You see, most of those fellows are dead. Oscar Hammerstein and Dick Rogers, who wrote the Oklahoma story, are still living.
Well, at least I'm no ghoul, Deems.
You know, I'm president of ASCAP. I think I'll call Oscar Hammerstein.
Now, look, Deems, live and let live.
But how can you bring your show to Broadway?
Well, I'll do what they do in all those moving pictures. Just before my show finishes, I'll come out on the stage and say, ladies and gentlemen, any resemblance between the music in South Dakota and the music in Oklahoma is purely co-instrumental. And then...
Dakota, where the radio's going on there.
And the natives prance to the national barn dance, and when they make hay, it's really hay, hey!
Say, Mary, jokes and lances are. We're only saying you're doing fine, South Dakota, South Dakota, S-D-S-O-U-T-A, South Dakota.
The Texaco Star Theater, starring Fred Allen, will return next Sunday at the usual time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.